Please rise.
Bitte setzen Sie sich.
Please be seated. I hereby call the session to order, and I give the floor to my vice chair. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to remind you of how we are going to be conducting the session in the first 10 minutes. We will be outlining the case and reminding the jury of the questions, and then we will hear a questioning of the witness by the head of the Congress and the jury for a duration of about 20 minutes, and then there will be 5 minutes for explaining basic questions, dealing with basic questions of the person and the function of the Congress. And then the last 15 minutes will be dedicated to the questioning by the jury. After that, then the Council of the Republic also has the opportunity to ask questions. Number 6, at the end of the questioning, a jury member will summarize the statements. We would ask you to please keep to your allotted speaking time and exercise the mutual respect. If there's any calling out or misbehavior, we will intervene and we may not grant you the floor. We would like to ask you not to, as I said, call out if this takes place, and we will call everyone to order. And if necessary, we will clear the room. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Pardon me. I have received a request from the member of the Council of the Republic, from Milo Rau, a statement. He would like to give a statement. I have granted him this request, and I would ask him to come up to the stage to give his statement. Thank you very much. The Chair, I'm going to be very brief. I have 3 requests, particularly for everybody speaking and listening today. I have a request for the translation to my right. Please do not speak too quickly, otherwise you cannot be interpreted. And our international guests, there are about 50 of them here today. They will not understand us because we are carrying out this session in a very strange indigenous dialect. So speak about as fast as I'm speaking right now. Secondly, yesterday we had a speaker who said things that we would like to apologize for. He said that he was being compared to Hitler and that this comparison made him free. He expressed his enthusiasm, even love for Netanyahu, who is being sought by the International Criminal Court as well as the leader of Hamas, and he praised the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza, particularly the IDF that has committed war crimes against the civilian population. We did not interrupt him or take him out of the room because it seemed that at the moment he was confused. But today and in the future sessions, this will be different, as well as with the witnesses here in the room. But one thing saddened me the most, that this speaker did not listen to me or anyone else. He said that I and the Vienna Festival were denying the crimes of Hamas. This is a well-known argument. However, in preparation for the current session, I would like to recall my question that I posed yesterday. Where does that, what we cynically call collateral damage in our fight against the murders of Hamas, when does that become genocide where 50,000 people have died? And I continued, here, this is about understanding other suffering and other truth, but not as competition, but rather as a dialectic. I didn't conceal anything, I didn't take any sides, so why would I do that? But this speaker did not listen to me. He didn't want to listen to me, and this is my third request. For the next several days, let us set aside intentional misunderstanding, strategic non-listening, ridicule, contempt, anger. I ask you, my fellow citizens, to do this. Let us not forget what the speaker or I said yesterday about Israel or Gaza yesterday or any region around the world, we have no idea what we're talking about. We're not specialists or victims. Today we're going to be hearing from specialists and experts, legal experts, people who are on the ground and have been dealing with this conflict and experiencing it firsthand, and we need to pay them respect. Leonard Cohen once said, "If you don't become the ocean, you will be seasick every day." So we have to be open to the world. We have to listen to each other. Otherwise, we'll be angry, enraged, and contemptuous. We'll be seasick, each and every one of us, on this major vessel, this large vessel, on this wild and dangerous, wonderful ocean that is our world. I hope you enjoy your time with us at the Vienna Festival. Thank you very much, Milo Rau. Please take your seat. So now we come to the first case. This is the first session. Freedom of opinion or canceling with regard to the war in Gaza. I give the floor over to the chair. Thank you very much. As a legal expert, one thing is very dear to my heart. Milo Rau, I have to correct you, Milo Rau. He's only being sought as a presumed criminal. Of course, we have to give him the benefit of the doubt before he has been convicted. Allow me now to move on to my statement. The first case, as we've heard, is dedicated to the events in Israel and the Gaza Strip and the discourse about these events. Just to refresh all of our memories about what has taken place to date. On the 7th of October 2023, the fundamentalist Islamist terror organization Hamas attacked and ambushed Israel and carried out a massacre with over 1,200 people dead. 5,500 people were injured, and they took around 240 hostages. Some of these hostages are still being held by the terrorists today. The next day, the Israeli armed forces began to defend themselves by military means against these attacks. The armed conflicts are still ongoing today and have led to thousands of people losing their lives, even amongst the civilian population, and has made the Gaza Strip a humanitarian catastrophe. From a legal point of view, the following situation arises. In addition to national law, the international legal norms, for example, the humanitarian international law, have to be considered as well as applied. The Charter of the United Nations, the Genocide Commission, as well as the so-called Roman Statute over the setting up of an international criminal court. Two courts are examining the situation. On one hand, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ. This is a body of the United Nations which has come to the conclusion on numerous occasions that Israel has been violating international law since 1967, since it took possession of these regions. With regard to the Gaza Strip, it said in January and March 2024, even implicitly, this was within the context of the legal case initiated by South Africa against Israel. It said that Israel had demonstrated behavior that fit the legal definition of genocide. This is a pending case. And of course, all of these legal instruments and expert reports and comments are of a preliminary nature because they have not yet taken on the force of law. On the other hand, there is a case pending with the International Criminal Court in The Hague. The preliminary highlights are arrest warrants issued against Benjamin Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and Mohammed al-Masri, as well as 2 other leaders of the radical Islamist terror group Hamas. The case against the members of Hamas have been dismissed because they have been killed in the meantime. As we have been informed from the press releases of the ICC, the court sees that indications of crimes against humanity and war crimes. It sees that these are indicated, but, however, not suspicion of genocide. So, this was just an introduction through the lens of the law. As a jurist, here I ask myself, and I hereby state, that matters of law have played a very small role, if at all, in the daily reporting or in the public discussions. Instead, persons, organizations, institutions, or even states have felt called on not just to give their opinion, but in the figurative sense, to pass judgment. Military conflicts are, as we've known from history, they are accompanied by propaganda. So we have proponents here, for example, of the Israeli and radical Palestinian war are carrying out a war of words. Here we have embittered controversies about facts and opinions. Points of contention concern not only the subject matter, but also where these opinions are being expressed or the persons speaking. These are controversial and even sharply criticized. Now, and also as an introduction to the questioning, the jurist, myself, would like to ask why have the international institutions, their bodies and their legal instruments, why have they not been centered here? And why have they not asked states to uphold these? We have an introductory quote for you to date. In war, truth is often the first victim. This was Aeschylus who said that. Wrongly, actually. This is only attributed to him. We don't know exactly who said it. QED. The key questions of the Free Republic of Vienna, as well as for the jury, are as follows. First, are genocide or attempted genocide permissible terms for the actions of the Israeli armed forces in Gaza? Or, if we use these terms, can that be considered propagandistic or even anti-Semitic? The second question is the speech about Israel, Palestine, Gaza, subject to restrictions on freedom of speech? And are these restrictions exercised in a way that violates fundamental rights? Third question. Austria and Germany have been perpetrator companies. And are they somehow biased against Israel's government policies? For this reason, are voices from the boycott campaign, like BDS and other positions, are they not to be tolerated, particularly also by publicly funded art institutions? We have invited a number of respondents to clarify these 3 questions. And now, let us move on to the questioning. Thank you very much for your comments. And now, we come to the first questioning. I would like to ask Sabine Buissy to read out the absences, those who were not able to attend today. The following people did not respond to the invitation of the Congress and are not here today. Masha Gessen, without citing a reason. Second, Arnold Schwarzenegger, citing a scheduling conflict. Judith Butler, from the University of Berkeley, California, due to criticisms of the format of the Congress. Francesca Albanese, she's the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied areas. She cannot be here due to a scheduling conflict. Rashid Khalidi from Columbia University in New York, because of duties that could not be otherwise postponed. Number 6, Julia Yael Al-Fandari. She is a specialist for discrimination, criticism, and artist. Unfortunately, she did not have time. Secondly, Anna Younes, for political and reasons due to the content of the Congress. Thank you very much. So now we come to those who have responded to our invitation and will be providing information and testimony to us today. First of all, I would like to ask Shura Hashimi to come and take the floor. Thank you very much for being with us today. Shura Hashimi is the director of Amnesty International in Austria. Amnesty International has characterized the actions of the Israeli army in Gaza as a genocide. Please give us your full name. My name is Shura Hashimi. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. I would like to ask you to respond to our questions and to participate in the investigation today and to tell the truth. So the first question, Amnesty International has termed the Amnesty International, the events in Gaza, in a report in 2020 as genocide. Why? Well, I'm going to have to go a bit further back. In this report on the genocide in Gaza that we published in December, we worked on that for nearly a year. We began that report, I say we, of course, our secretariat in London and many other sections that were involved. We began this report as a result of open investigations as to the Israeli armed hostilities. We've been working on these, of course, on these types of things for many decades, and we are trying to do this to provide a foundation for your legal investigations. While we worked on this report, we collected so much evidence, we carried out so many interviews, and we had so many satellite pictures. We spoke to weapons experts, and we were able to provide such a plethora of information. We were able to collate that, and when you had to do this with regard to the Genocide Commission, we had to investigate this with regard to genocide. We met with our legal team. We have a team made up of renowned experts on international law. We discussed the matter with Holocaust researchers and genocide researchers. So I can say there are many people who did not want to be named public because they're afraid of being attacked. And we came to the conclusion, on the basis of this legal investigation, that what we are experiencing in Gaza Strip violates or complies with Article 2 of the Genocide Commission. What about the International Criminal Court? They do not share your opinion. Do you see that as legitimate, especially with statements like that? We have to make a differentiation here, because the ICC talks about individual responsibility. That's why they can issue arrest warrants. We look at the responsibility of a state. So this is what the International Court of Justice looks at. And here you have a genocide case being filed by South Africa. We have the opinion that we as a human rights organization, and this was the challenge that we faced in this report, that we are passing judgment on an ongoing conflict. This is not complete, and this is oftentimes the case when we write a report that this conflict is over. But we said that we had a responsibility as the world's largest human rights organization to publish this report and to say that it was a genocide and to contribute to putting an end to these hostilities as best as possible. This was our intention with the report. This may actually serve courts as a foundation for investigations in a legal sense. That's what we always do with these reports. But in this specific case, we wanted to help bring about a ceasefire. Thank you very much. As the chair, I have no further questions, and I would like to ask the jury if they have any questions. Please, Monika Mokre. Please begin with your questioning. I would like to tie into that last comment that you made about the truce. The ceasefire last week, there was a Gaza tribunal in Sarajevo where, amongst other points, there were calls for international courts to do everything in their power to put an end to these hostilities and to reestablish international law. So my question to you is, do you agree with that? Or maybe you could be a little bit more specific from your point of view, what could be done on this point? Yes, it is very important to point out when we're talking about the Gaza tribunal, we're always talking about genocide within the context of Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, but we have Article 1, and many times we ignore that completely. This Article 1 is perhaps more essential. Here we have a duty to prevent. States have the duty to prevent genocides. It's not about punishing perpetrators, those who committed genocide or incited to genocide or contributed to it or abetted it somehow, but if you take a step back, you have to intervene, and you have to make sure that it does not come to a genocide. On that point, all of the states of the world who are signatories to this convention, and that's almost all of the states around the world, have failed. This was passed or signed in 1948 due to the Holocaust, and it entered into force in 1950. States have the duty to prevent a genocide. And this is the major dilemma that we face, and this is the major tragedy of the genocide in Gaza. It has happened, and it was not prevented. You are very active on X or Twitter. I see that you have about 27,000 posts, a large percentage of them, 80 to 90%, focus on Gaza. As a managing director of Amnesty International Austria, maybe you could consider there are other regions around the world that deserve your attention. Of course. And this is a very classic whataboutism argument. Of course, there are other issues. Of course, as Amnesty International, we are focusing on the other issues as well. Myself, I come from Iran and the activism there. And a large portion of my tweets, maybe 2 years ago, were actually focused on Iran. And I have really done a lot to support Iranian women, but right now there's a genocide taking place that has not been stopped, where we have no idea about how many people have actually died. And I see it as my duty as the managing director of Amnesty International, as I'm a spokesperson of this organization in Austria, and I have a bit of reach. And I see that as my duty to do everything in my power to make sure that these hostilities are ended. Doesn't mean that other conflicts are less important. Well, I've looked at your account over the last 2 years. You have Darfur, for example, or Yemen, for example. Right now, we see serious human rights violations taking place. Should I expect that in your account, or the accounts for Amnesty International, that you would be calling for the release of the hostages? I haven't read anything to that. There are a number of statements that we have issued, press statements, for example. We've always called for the release of the hostages. There's no question about that. But what we cannot afford as a human rights organization, and this is perhaps a misconception, we cannot enter into direct talks with an armed group. Maybe other organizations can do that, maybe governments can do that, but we do not have this possibility. We can call for this publicly, and we have actually done so. But I cannot negotiate with Hamas, and I think this is exactly the decisive point. We need a political solution. We would love to contribute to reaching that, but we don't have any possibility of entering into direct talks with Hamas as Amnesty International. We are an organization that works with letter writing, petitions, etc. And there it is very difficult to deal with Hamas on this. This was also very difficult to do with Hamas. For example, this is maybe in anticipation of the question why we don't do more for Afghan women. In your public statements, it's not about you engaging in talks with these groups, but many of your posts, of course, are calls for action, and maybe you could call for the immediate release of the hostages. We have done this in many press releases and statements right now. It is important for us for the armed hostilities to be ended, because I think there are 23 hostages that are still being held. And I think this is the best possibility for them to be released when we have a negotiated solution. The large portion of the hostages were released in the most recent ceasefire or through negotiations. Otherwise, it's not possible. But you said that Hamas has declined to engage in a ceasefire. Yes, I've recognized that, but I know that they're still talking behind the scenes. Maybe I can come back to Austria and maybe your situation with regard to Amnesty International. Do you have problem with the public and generating donations due to this very clear position? Thank you very much for that question. This is indeed very interesting. We have not seen any decline in donations. This was very interesting. We did not know how the public would respond when we took on this issue in a very confrontational way in the public sphere. We have seen a great deal of hostility directed toward us, letters, emails, calls, personal insults, and even people from the public life who have insulted us. But we have not seen a decline in donations, but we've actually even gained supporters, I would say. In the population, it seems that there were many different opinions than one could see in the public. And right now we see a turning point taking place. But from the feedback from the population, we felt this even a year ago. And for that reason, we have seen no decline in donations. Do you think that this mood in civil society, as you describe it, and as I have the impression, maybe you could tap into that better? So my first question was aimed at states and what they can do. So what can civil society do? What kind of activities are possible? For example, tomorrow there's a ship to be sent out, the Madeleine, the Freedom Fleet, for example. Are activities such as this meaningful? Do they make sense even? Well, basically, we hear that the issue of Gaza has enormous potential for mobilization. As activists, of course, we get that information, but outside of the German-speaking world, it is perhaps a bit easier, and I see this perhaps in our amnesty sections in other countries. They can get hundreds of thousands of people to come out and take to the streets on this issue. This is a topic that is very emotional. This touches young people, people who are from immigrant families in Germany and Austria. This is very difficult. I think on one hand, this has to do with the historical component, but on the other hand, this has to do with the massive crime wave that has taken place here. All of the people who somehow were advocating for human rights for Palestinians, or even said that Palestinians deserve human rights, that they have been met with a radical anti-Semitic speech, and they've been boxed into a corner, that they've even been called Nazis. You have to point out that these are normal people, where they are pointing out that Palestinian children are afraid. And this is the tragedy with regard to the restriction of freedom of speech when it comes to the Gaza conflict. For part of the left, Hamas is seen as part of the global resistance movement. For me, it is an armed group. In international law, we don't like to refer to it as terrorism. Terrorism is a strategy, but it's not a party to a war. It's simply a legal assessment. It doesn't mean that I see Hamas is a armed resistance movement, or I think it is a good thing. It is an armed group that perpetrated a terrible massacre that we condemn, and we certainly don't want to paint that in any or put that in any positive light. But maybe to be a bit more precise about Austria, according to Austrian law, Hamas, according to Austrian law, what would you call Hamas? How would you clarify them or categorize them? Yes, I know that Hamas is on the list of terrorist organizations, but what else would it be? Well, in Austria, it is a terrorist organization, but under international law, It's an organization. We talk about armed groups, but we mean the same thing. It's a synonym, basically. We're talking about different areas of law here. I have a question. You said that Amnesty came to the conclusion that a genocide was taking place in Gaza. Normally, when you are calling something a genocide, it takes years to come to the conclusion. Maybe you could be more specific, particularly how do you know how many people have died? Were you in Gaza? Did you speak or work with Hamas somehow? How did you come to the conclusion that, in fact, a genocide did, in fact, take place? So Article 2 of the Genocide Commission establishes 5 criteria that account for or have to meet the requirements of genocide. And it's important to know that a genocide is not a genocide when you meet all of these requirements. You have only the attempt of genocide to be called a genocide. And we have the substantial portion of the population, and this is where we have the people of Gaza. This is a substantial portion of the Palestinian population. A substantial portion of this population is to be eliminated. So the intention to eradicate these people must be present. So in the legal presentation of evidence, this is the most difficult thing to prove, that you have this intention. So we looked at the criteria. On one hand, you have the high number of people who have been killed. So of course, people have not only been killed, but also injured. And we also have these figures from UN organizations. These have been confirmed. We looked at a period of time of 9 months. And here we saw 42,000 people killed and 13,000 children. This is a large portion of the civilian population, women and children in particular. This large area, for example, has been subject to the systematic destruction of living habitat from agricultural lands, from healthcare institutions, from educational institutions. This is a targeted attacking of the foundations that a population needs in order to live in an area. According to the law, you also have cultural and religious institutions. All of these have to be taken together. When you look at the case law of the courts, this is a holistic view that must be taken. The total number of actions have to be taken a look at, and you have to look at them through the lens of genocide, not just individually. You have to look at the large number of civilians being killed, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, agricultural land, for example. All of this leads us to the conclusion of genocide in connection with the genocidal intention of destruction. And that was the most difficult aspect for us. The Israeli government has argued that they have military intentions, that they are going after and looking to destroy Hamas as a military organization. This is a legitimate argument. And here we looked at the case law on Srebrenica, Gambia, Myanmar, for example, and Rwanda. We saw very clearly that if you have a military intention that is legitimate, can be equated with the genocidal intention. They don't cancel each other out. They can exist on the same plane at the same time, and this was our evidence for that. So what you said before, that you were calling on states or relying on states for your arguments. So you are accusing the state of Israel of these genocidal intentions, not the government. Yes, we are calling the state into question, but it's more difficult to establish intention there. Just to conclude, I would like to return to Europe. We have a number of issues here in Europe. We have also demonstrations of solidarity for Palestine, where maps have been shown where Israel does not even exist. From the river to the sea, for example, these chants. We also have seen the Hamas triangle. What would you say to young students who have waved placards with the Hamas triangle? I think you mean the red triangle. I'm not how that is seen under Austrian law, but from the river to the sea, I can tell you that there was a judgment handed down by the administrative court in Austria. There was a protest camp that was broken up, and this was declared illegal. And in the context of that judgment, they took a look at that slogan. And then they said, the judges said that slogans like "from the river to the sea" have to be looked at individually. You have to look at exactly what is the individual intention of those persons chanting those slogans. Is it really a denial of Israel's right to exist, or are they simply calling for more rights for Palestinians? But what the judge said, that "from the river to sea" is not anti-Semitic per se, or a call for the destruction of Israel per se. And this is the correct approach. You have to look at this on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at what people are intending. Yet this is the legal position, but I wanted to know what your personal opinion on this was. 1 minute, please. What is the question? Particularly when people are waving symbols of a terrorist organization like Hamas. I don't use any slogans or symbols because at Amnesty International, this is part of our guidelines. We don't use any national flags or any symbols. This is very important to us. We have our Amnesty logo. This is the burning candle, and that's it. But I would be very careful with prohibitions and bans. One last question, a legal question. Amnesty International, do they have the presumption of interest? A court decides on a conflict. Yes, of course. But we're talking about statements, for example. Particularly, this is a legal question here. Yes, this is not something we have deferred or stepped back from the terms of Ukraine. Of course, it's important to express these sentiments. Of course, we respect the authority of every court of law. So thank you very much. I would like to thank you for coming today. Now, let us move on to the next questioning.
So, now I would like to ask Volker Beck. Volker Beck was involved in the LGBTQ movement, and he served as a member of the German Bundestag for the Green Party from 1994 to 2017, and is now president of the German-Israeli Association. He's a fierce critic of the pro-Palestinian solidarity movement. Mr. Beck, you have joined us online. Could you please give us your full name? Volker Beck, and I would like to say I'm not a fierce critic of the pro-Palestinian solidarity movement. Okay, second question. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with the jury? Answer, to the best of my knowledge, no. I would like to invite you to answer our questions and to contribute to ascertaining the facts, in other words, to tell the truth. Now, Volker Beck. The former president, Reinhard Robbe, yesterday said in an interview with Tagesspiegel that you have become the spokesperson of the right-wing Israel government. What do you say to that? That is not correct. Anything else you would like to add to this? Well, you can have a look at our website and you can read up on what Robbe said. You know, in the numerous speeches I've given since the attack, I've repeatedly included a statement that is an expression really of my concern for the well-being of the population of civilians in Gaza, because after all, people in Gaza are not just the victims of the actions of the Israeli government, but first of all, they are victims of the actions of Hamas. And for many Palestinians that I know, is that they don't want to do anything with this ideology. They might be critical of Israel, of the government, but they do not sympathize with terrorism. So what happens is that Hamas actually hides behind the civil population in order to increase the number of casualties, and by doing so, of course, it is going to discredit the Israeli government even further. The floor is yours. Good morning, Mr. Beck. Let me ask you. It's been said that, let us say, the pro-Palestinian solidarity movement, you have said you're a fierce critic. How do you counter this statement? Answer to this? Well, when you criticize Hamas and say that you're critical, really, of this terrorism, well, that is just absurd that I have to refute this movement. Of course, I'm all in favor of a two-state solution. Of course, I want a two-state solution, and I want a independent Palestine, but there has to be a democratic leadership. But I do not believe that this is realistic. I do believe that the Palestinians do not have a proper, let us say, government. The PA in Ramallah has not been elected for 16 years. Israel holds numerous elections, and that is really the dilemma we are caught in right now. Now we do not have any situation that would allow us to bring, let us say, a lawful situation to the Palestinians. However, you cannot really blame me to be a racist, because to criticize the Hamas without being called a racist is out of the question. Ms. Mokre, please. On the one hand, you have recommended to the U.S. to stop their payments to, well, you should be more precise. Okay, correct me. No, rather, I have appealed to the federal government in Germany to no longer stop supporting the UNRWA, simply because this organization employed staff who participated in the terrorist attacks, and also because the infrastructure of schools and hospitals, etc., were provided to Hamas, and also because it allowed that Hamas used part of the aid that was meant for the civilians, and they channeled those funds off to fund its wars and arms, as it were. And for that purpose, I do believe it is correct that Israel finds a new way of providing humanitarian aid in Gaza. And Hamas should not be able to participate in that, and aid should be provided directly to the population. Well, unfortunately, I don't have enough time to check up on this, but I do believe it was not just a recommendation to the German government, but anyway, that is not of relevance here. So, anyway, you should check your sources, mind you. But this is not a trial, mind you. This is a Congress, says Ms. Mokre. Well, next question. Is it correct that you hold the position that the international arrest warrant should not be respected? Well, that is not correct. I do believe, however, that this arrest warrant was not brought about correctly. And that is what I have said. It was not brought about duly. And a lot can be said in favor that the time and also the manner of how this arrest warrant was applied for had to do, or was a maneuver, let us say, for distraction. And this had to do with, let us say, the alleged sexual molestation. So, next question. If you have a look, or if you criticize this arrest warrant. And if you recommend no longer to fund the UNRWA and also the ICC, and well, let me say the UNRWA does not guarantee the international law. It is just a matter of perspective. Let us say the Palestinian refugees were meant to be aided, and there was really a reason why in 1948 the special organization was set up. And I'm all in favor of, let us say, merging these two organizations. There should be one organization for the victims of the Israel state and another one, for the remaining refugees. That is something we cannot respect. And the UNRWA, also with its mandate, does certainly not contribute to a further development of a two-state solution, because the children and grandchildren of these people are also refugees. And those refugees are deliberately really not integrated into the host countries, and that is something the UNRWA severely promotes. And after 5 years, if refugees integrate themselves in Germany, they are given the opportunity to become German citizens. This is also what we have, or this right is something we have been given to Palestinian refugees as well. So therefore, I do not really see why a conflict is being kept alive, where so many applicants to the UNRWA is still being debated. And Israel, of course, knows when they were to return, then Israel would no longer be a Jewish state, and then the Zionist project would, of course, have failed. And this is really one reason why. Okay. Amina. Last year, a New York Times article or report was published that said that the Israeli government accepted payments. So what do you say to that? Well, as far as I know, in Gaza, there was no other civilian administration than Hamas. And those payments made from Qatar to Gaza were made in order to provide food to the population. Well, I thought that this was a bit fishy. However, a lot of pressure really was exerted on Israel to allow aid into Gaza. Has always been put on an equal footing with accepting Hamas, if you will, because we're talking about the numbers of the health ministry in Gaza. Hamas is behind that. And this is why this is the only order that has been accepted so far. And control in Gaza is something that Netanyahu was critical of. And although he thought that withdrawal of troops in from Gaza was really wrong, but they have really tried to make arrangements, as it were, and make agreements really with Hamas, with the government, as it say. Also, PA employees in Gaza did not have proper authority. That was a problem that we've had along the way. And this made the situation even more complicated. And of course, I'm critical of that. I would have decided that differently, but it was not up for me to make a decision here. And I tried to observe a situation and then judge it also later on. I remember, for example, when Kadima came up as a new party, set out to come up with a peace accord. And at that time, they withdrew from Gaza and Jewish settlements were abandoned and Israeli citizens were evacuated from Gaza. And this is something I agree to at that time. But in the meantime, I see this as a mistake. And this is how people can be wrong. And that was really a mistake or a judgment of error, if you will, in order to be able to give the Palestinians more autonomy. And now the results was something that we saw in 2006, where attacks were launched at Jewish settlements. Okay, a follow-up question. Now, the government of Netanyahu has massively been criticized and is still being criticized due to such actions. To what extent is the criticism of the government anti-Semitic? How can political criticism of a government can be anti-Semitic? Well, Israel has to be measured, if you will, by the same standards like any other government. So pro-Palestinian movements, for example, whenever they criticize the Netanyahu government, should automatically be framed as anti-Semitic? Well, if that criticism is expressed in the same manner as any other criticism of other governments, well, they may be wrong, but not automatically they can be anti-Semitic. We cannot generalize on both parties. Well, before that, you framed me as being a pro-Palestinian solidarity movement critic. That is not really correct, although I have expressed criticism of Palestinian movements. Of course, the Palestinians have a right to survive individually and also as a people, no matter, historically speaking, from what point onwards we can speak of a Palestinian identity. However, such an identity has come into existence in the meantime, which is why they have certain legal rights. And of course, political decision makers have to make sure that all of this happens in a peaceful manner by respecting international law. Mr. Fleischhauer, we're talking about terms and concepts. Milo Rau, the director, before that replied to a speaker yesterday who called Netanyahu as a war criminal, etc. Do you think those terms are adequate? No, I don't believe those concepts and terms are adequate. And of course, in such a war, there may be some war criminals. And I can give you figures of last year. Last summer, 300 investigations were carried out against military personnel due to alleged violations. So in Israel, there is really a strong awareness to observing the rules of conduct and to really bring any violations to court. And certain things cannot be done in a war. And this is a principle that Israel takes seriously. And I would like to come back to what the representatives of Amnesty International said before. I don't think there is any intention to destroy Palestine. Of course, we want to destroy Hamas, and I do believe it's quite astonishing. And of course, Amnesty International does not even want to call Hamas a terrorist group. This is a group hiding behind civilians, and so many civilians have died, and nobody makes a distinction between Hamas fighters and collateral damage, and that is a very important distinction, and that is something we can also expect from pro-Palestinians. Israel fights against Hamas. And of course, we can talk about the response, whether this is proportionate or not. But of course, Israel respects the fact or acknowledges the fact that civilians can be killed. What happened here on the 7th of October was an intention to kill as many civilians, Israeli civilians, of course, as possible. It was not an attack on civilian structures, and some civilians were killed along the way. No, it was a deliberate attack, a deliberate terrorist attack, and many hostages, or many people are still kept hostage. And this is a distinction that we have to make, no matter of how critical really you are of Israel. And mind you, I do not really like the Israel government very much. Well, the first part of my question, the genocide, is that something you refute? A war of destruction is apparently something else than a genocide. Do you sympathize with that? Well, severe destruction is going on in Gaza, and the images I see remind me of the pictures of some German cities in 1949. So, you know, those standards that are now applied to the government of Netanyahu, if those standards had been applied to the Allied forces, then a lot more lives would have been lost on part of the Allied forces, and it would have taken a lot longer to bring down the Nazis. And I'm still astonished how. And there were really so many military experts in Austria, also in Germany, and they will know that it is really difficult to fight a war against terrorists without civilian casualties. Two further questions. Do you believe that an ideology really that is severely funded, like Hamas, can it be fought with arms? And second, do you sympathize with the fact that in Germany or Austria there is no uniform definition of what anti-Semitism is, and there is really no great awareness created at schools, and therefore, let us say, sometimes it is said that a pro-Palestinian solitary movement enjoys a lot of sympathy. That was a long question. Maybe you can repeat the first part. To what extent can an ideology really be provided with, or how can it be fight with arms? Well, of course, it goes without saying that a terrorist group cannot be fight with arms, but you can remove the military capacities of Hamas, and that is really the target, and the people will remain here. Nazis also stayed in Austria and in Germany after the war. They did not disappear, and they even became members of parliament, mind you. And Klopke, for example, wrote a very important let us say, essay in 1993, and the government went back to this essay in establishing law. But one thing that Israel can do is they can make sure that Hamas no longer have rockets. So last week we saw rocket launches on Israeli territory, and of course the underground territories can literally be blown up. So substantial weapons will have to be removed, and then really awareness raising is something that will really be essential. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Beck. Servus, as they say to Vienna.
So the third respondent is Nashwa Duzda. She is an Austrian Palestinian. She's an activist with the Jewish Arab peace group Standing Together. and she works as a manager of a social aid organization. Please give us your full name. Do you have a professional or personal relationship to any of the members of the jury? No. So now I ask you to respond to our questions and then to participate in this truth-finding process. Thank you very much. So what is your position on the war in Gaza? How do you deal with the news coming from that region? Well, I think it's not a surprise to anyone that the last 1.5 years have been very difficult for many people, particularly people who have ties to this region, Palestine and Israel. It has been a great help to me to be part of many organizations here in Vienna, to be part of a very difficult dialogue in a time that we are living through, particularly when the spaces in public discourse are shrinking, where we see difficulty in reporting on these issues. The most challenging aspect that I have encountered was, for me personally, that there was just a collective shrug in Austria or even in the German-speaking world, and that there is a lot of dehumanization of Palestinian life. We've heard this again today with terms such as collateral damage that seem to continue to be in use, particularly in light of the terrible reporting of the war and the pictures of devastation. Thank you very much for your opening statement. I would like to ask the jury to ask their questions. Amina, please. What is your judgment of the actions of pro-Palestinian movements, particularly vis-à-vis Jewish people on university campuses? The people feel threatened or actually subject to violence as a result. And this, of course, it hasn't been perhaps clear, but Standing Together is a proponent of violence-free activism. We are against violence. We tolerate violence in no way. We do not advocate for violence in any way. If there are any attacks on students, in this case, Jewish students, of course, we must condemn those attacks. But when we're talking about Palestinian activism on university campuses, I think that was part of your question. Could you repeat that? So the question is, what is your position on this when people feel threatened, when Jewish students feel threatened on university campuses by pro-Palestinian statements or demonstrations? Or would you condemn pro-Palestinian movements who act in this way? Or do you think that they should position themselves differently? Or do you see this as part of a legitimate protest? Well, this is indeed a challenge to paint everything with the same brush. I like to look at this on a case-by-case basis. So when I hear that there is the accusation of anti-Semitic speech being used at a demonstration, that I want to hear what exactly was said and by whom and what happened before and after those statements were made. And I would act similarly in every situation. And of course, if this was a call to violence against Jewish people, that is to be condemned. Elisabeth, please. I would like to address your work with Standing Together. Mr. Beck just said that right now the two-state solution seems to be an impossibility. I would like to hear from you. For example, you are being attacked by both sides for your commitment to Standing Together. I would like to ask you what Standing Together stands for. And to insist on this point, in the last 2 years, maybe how has your position changed? Well, at the beginning, the initiative came from an art collective that has been in existence for some time now, but the initiative itself arose after the 7th of October as a response to the lack of space for shared grief and dialogue. So in the period of the most severe polarization that we've experienced since the 7th of October. But of course, we have evolved in the meantime. And we have set various goals for ourselves that you can read on the internet. We are very transparent about this. We have short-term and long-term goals on this. The short-term goals are very clear. We want to have a sustained ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We want a release of the hostages. This is something that we have called for since day one. And I think you are referring to our long-term goals. And here we don't offer any solution. We do this explicitly. We're not propagating any solution, one state, two-state confederation, what have you. I would say that you have to lay the foundations for this. You have to have the basic attitude, which is the self-determination of peoples. You have to adhere to human rights law and international law, particularly in decisions that were or commitments were entered into in the last decades. And if we can meet these criteria, if we can move in that direction, then I think as a second step, we can talk about specific solutions. But before that happens, I think we need to recognize the suffering of others. We need to recognize their rights as well. And if we cannot do that, then it is an illusion to talk about any next steps. Allow me to follow up here. All of this seems very rhetorical, but what are you doing right now in the situation when you have people coming together so that they continue to be polarized? And this is something we have seen in recent times, and I'm referring to what we saw here. People don't want to listen to each other. And how do we seize this utopian hope, and how do you achieve those goals? Well, in our activities, and the fact that we actually exist, and we show people what we're about. So we have members from the settlers movement. We have people who come directly from the Palestinian areas themselves, and we have people coming together to talk because we are all in agreement that we are all humans. And we all have the same rights for freedom and self-determination. This may sound naive, but I think this can be implemented. And what we are trying to do, what our approach is to organize activities where we invite people to enter these spaces. This is very difficult indeed, because many people don't want this and cannot do this, particularly when we're talking about this issue, because they're so used to expressing only their own opinion, and they're not used to listening to others. Monica Mokre? Maybe Monica? And then perhaps back to you. Yes. I wanted to ask you about anti-Semitism and accusations of anti-Semitism. Do you believe that these accusations, this finger-pointing, is used to incite anti-Arab or anti-Palestinian hate in the public sphere? Maybe briefly, we work with the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism in standing together. There are many different ways to define anti-Semitism. This is perhaps a more academic debate. Maybe you have to be an affected person in order to give a satisfying answer to that. But I just wanted to say that there are a number of opinions, but we operate on the basis of this Jerusalem Declaration. I have the opinion that there is very little space for anti-Muslim racism or anti-Palestinian racism. That is often not seen as an accusation, or it's not even recognized in the last several years. In media debates or in other public spaces, I've really had to provide evidence that Palestinians are humans and people, and that they have rights, and that they can be killed. Or even to cast doubt that so many people have died, or even to cite a number For example, if you were to say 20, 30,000, that would be okay, but 50,000 is difficult to swallow. All of these statements are demonstrate a lack of decency and dignity. So I don't want us to be pitted against each other in hate. I think that there is enough space, enough room at the table for everybody. And I think we need to reflect on definitions and reflect very critically on these issues, because these are not set in stone. Just because there's controversy surrounding these issues. Amina, please. At the beginning, you briefly touched on the fact that there are pro-Palestinian voices that are not being heard enough. And this pro-Palestinian movement is one of the largest movements around the world. Maybe you could give us more detail on that, what you believe is lacking in the discourse on both sides. In fact, there is the impression that is engendered that this is a very large movement. That is indeed true, but not in the German-speaking world. I believe this was mentioned once. In the German-speaking world, it is very difficult to become involved in solidarity movements with Palestinians, because there are certain assumptions that are made before you even get to make your individual statement. There are a lot of accusations out there on the table, even before anything happens. But throughout the world, we see this much less. We see what is possible in terms of mobilization in other countries. We see how politicians in other states and other governments express themselves. So you can see exactly what kind of bubble we are in here in the German-speaking world, and how we approach these issues. Maybe you could talk about whether or not this has to do with National Socialism. Yes, I believe that there is a link. There is a historical responsibility on the part of Austria-Germany in this regard, although there is a link here. But I see that these issues are not dealt with individually. Oftentimes, things are all thrown together on both sides that I view very critically. So what exactly do you mean when things are thrown together and things are mixed together? For example, when one says, or when you have an accusation of anti-Semitism, that this is seen as criticism of Israel as a state or as a government, and this is seen as anti-Semitic because Israel is a Jewish state. So I understand that this is an issue for Austria and Germany from a historic perspective, but it must be possible yet to criticize a government as it is currently constituted. And I don't see how this is impossible, and why this is then confronted by the anti-Semitism, accusation of anti-Semitism. Amina, please. The call that the pro-Palestinian movement should bear responsibility for statements made about defending Jewish life. So just to be more specific about this, you have this slogan, Free Palestine from German Guilt. But I think this is also, once again, just lumping everything together. This is something that I cannot support, at least in terms of the linguistic aspect, because I don't think that it's necessary to conflate these topics. So we're talking about guilt and perpetrators. These should be dealt with individually, because this is an issue for Austria and Germany historically, and this is something that we must continue to deal with as such. So I would not lump these two things together with slogans such as this. That is an important point that goes against, as I said, lumping everything together. With standing together, we believe that it is not possible to lump everyone together, because you have very heterogeneous groups. These are groups that represent different types of people in different countries and different ideas. It's very difficult, as I said, to paint everybody with the same broad brush. Do we have more questions? Elizabeth Bonfin, please. Monica, and then Amina, please. So we are trying to get at a number of issues. Perhaps there are two standard questions that we will probably be posing throughout the day. So what is your feeling to what is taking place in the last several years and the last several weeks? How do you feel that you've been limited in your activities as a founder of Standing Together? And maybe a second question that's a bit more provocative. What is your stance on the concept of genocide as espoused by Amnesty International? And the second question, yes. But what I would like to point out is that I often have the feeling that this debate on definitions is often used to deflect attention, particularly in academic spaces, where it's all about defining our terms. I know that language creates awareness and reality. I understand that, but I think the first step must be that we, as people, take a close look at as what is happening, and we form our own opinion. We look at what is taking place in the Gaza Strip. And that in a next step, we can perhaps have a discussion about our definition of terms. But the first step is often left out, jumped over. We often jumped right to defining our terms. And that's what we're trying to do with Standing Together with external experts. We talked about this, of course, in our organization. This is not the central issue, of course. The main point that we need to highlight is that people continue to be killed in Gaza and that they are reliant on humanitarian deliveries. This is all a problem. This is a problem that we can all work toward solving. And so I'm often very critical about these definitions of terms. And of course, I do support the idea of using the word genocide to describe what is taking place in Palestine. I don't remember the first question, I'm sorry. The first question had to do with canceling. Do you feel defamed or canceled as a result of your work with Standing Together? Well, I'm very cautious in the words that I use, particularly with Standing Together, because there's a great deal of distrust and skepticism vis-a-vis our work. I understand the skepticism, and I can only speak on behalf of Palestinians. I know that there is skepticism with regard to our work because there's a very critical stance on our work for peace. I understand that, of course, because it's very difficult for me to understand what that word means. We want a just peace. Peace is not defined as the absence of war, but what we want to achieve is justice for everyone who lives in this region. And if those conditions are not met, and if we have not reached that benchmark, then just peace has not been achieved. So I understand that these issues have taken up space in the debate. Everybody wants peace, but people have different ideas of what that means. So for us right now, we don't have peace as we see it. Monica Mokre. I think you've touched on all the questions that I wanted to ask. Amina, please. I would just like to know your stance on the BDS movement in Germany and Austria and whether or not you see that as anti-Semitic, and what does Standing Together have to say about the BDS movement. Unfortunately, that I personally have a very nuanced view. I think BDS movements, when we're talking about boycott, divest, and sanctions, that we're talking about sanctions as a means of violence-free activism, and I see that as legitimate. The question is, of course, what campaigns are worthy of support, and there are various campaigns that have been initiated, and I think you have to look at this on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the BDS campaigns that I don't support, and those that I find correct. And then once again, there are others that are trying to exercise international pressure on Israel and impose economic sanctions as a tool for exerting pressure. This is an important means to exert pressure. I think we have to look at exactly what direction the Israeli government has moved in the last several years and where it is headed. I think that international pressure is the last tool in our toolbox to make something happen. Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today. Please take a seat.
Now I would like to ask Hamza Hawidi to join us. He's a Palestinian peace and human rights activist who was born and raised in the Gaza Strip. He studied economics and administrative science at the Islamic University of Gaza, and currently he lives in Germany. Hawidi is both a critic of Israel's policy and warfare, as well as of Hamas. He has been involved and continues to be involved in the protests against Hamas in Gaza, and he's currently residing in Germany.
Hamza Hawidi, please, could you tell us your name and your surname?
Yes, my name is Hamza Hawidi.
Do you have any professional or personal relations with the members of the jury?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Please tell us the truth. How do you perceive the current situation in Gaza? Are you in contact with your family? What is the situation like for the civilian population?
Yes, actually, I'm personally connected to the situation right now in Gaza because I still have part of my extended family, friends, colleagues, and everyone I know because I spent all my life in this trip, and to my knowledge, it's a catastrophic situation. Actually, I mean, we are talking about more than 1 million people displaced, living in tens of thousands killed and more wounded, and they are being denied everything from their basic necessities. We are talking about a humanitarian aid, safety, security, and not only that, but they are being denied even the future to look what can be done after this war, or if there was even a road to finish this war.
Thank you for this statement, please. Ich übergebe zur Jury. Bitte, Elisabeth Bonfils.
Jury?
I would start in almost a similar way as I did before. What makes your position such an interesting one for this Congress is that you're someone who takes the focus away from the Palestinians and towards Hamas. And I'd like you to say a little more about what are the ruling methods of Hamas. How do they exert power? How do they govern? Because we've already heard from one person that the whole question of when UNRWA sends goods to Gaza, it has to go through Hamas. So could you say a little more about, because you were, no, it's up to you to say what you want to say.
Yes, actually, two subjects we're talking about during this session about Hamas's ruling. I mean, one of them is from my colleague who could have identified the genocide, or if there was a genocide in Gaza, but couldn't identify Hamas as a terrorist regime. I mean, it's the same regime who started this war. It's the same regime who tortured me, who tortured a lot of others, who just recently killed some of my friends. Uday Nasser Rabi, he was tortured just to death because he just dared to protest against Hamas and say, we want to end this war. We want a better future without Hamas. I mean, we are tired from that. We have been living with Hamas, who are ruling us by force, who are ruling us by terrorism, by killing, oppression. We actually protested against Hamas before this war because we wanted a better future for this society. We protested in 2019. We protested just a few months before the war, but unfortunately we were not heard, actually. No one cared that there is a Palestinian movement who are calling for a future for the Palestinians that does not include Hamas. On the other hand, I can't also forget that this movement actually was unfortunately facilitated by some figures in the Israeli government. I mean, I can't deny the fact that there was $30 million going to Hamas from the Qatari authorities under the permission and the agreement of the Israeli authorities. My colleague previously said that this was meant for food. No, actually, officially, it was $10 million going to Hamas's salaries. So I also look at this government as a government who, in a way or another, fit Hamas. I'm looking at the statements of the Israeli Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who say that Hamas is an asset. I'm looking at the Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu, in the Likud meeting in 2019, who say that anyone who wants to oppose a Palestinian state should support Hamas. So in a way or another, I see them complicit, and they, in a way or another, fit that monster to a degree that we can't control it right now.
Can I ask,
fahren Sie fort.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on a point you made, that people did not see your protests, and to be honest, I as a reader of the New York Times did not either. So I'm curious, why is that? And now, I think only 1.5 years after the war began, did the New York Times actually start writing about your protests, but then only one or two articles, and that disappears again. When I then ask people, yes, but did you see that? They say, oh, no, these protests didn't really happen. So I want you to say a little more, first of all, why you think people weren't noticing you if they were already taking place much earlier, and why there is still, or I should rephrase this because I shouldn't put the answer into your mouth, is there a form of denial that continues going on?
Yes, unfortunately, there is too many groups who try to deny the reality that the people of Gaza are protesting and want another future that does not include Hamas. One of them is, unfortunately, some extreme lefty groups who want to keep this narrative of portraying Hamas as the quote-unquote freedom fighters, or the people who want to liberate the Palestinians in a way or another. We have these groups who continue to deny, because in a way or another, these leftist groups made their alliance with these Islamist organizations that even actually extended to Europe right now. So they don't want anyone to disrupt this narrative to show the reality about Hamas. On the other hand, we have also another group from the pro-Israeli community who want and they try to portray the 2 million people in Gaza as a Hamas terrorist. So these protests, in a way or another, disrupt their narrative, so they keep to push to portray the 2 million people in Gaza as a Hamas member, so they can justify what comes after and what's happening in Gaza right now.
I understand that point.
Mr. Hori, before we had the testament of Shura Hashimi, who's the leader of the Amnesty International Austria, and I asked her how she would call Hamas, and she said she would prefer to call them armed fighters. Is that the right description for Hamas, armed fighters? Because, I mean, it's clearly a difference to call them a terrorist group or armed fighters.
Yes, actually, I was extremely disappointed when I heard this statement, because those quote-unquote freedom fighters started their history, or their record of history in Gaza in 2007 by launching the civil war against the Palestinians, the Palestinian Authority employees. And myself in my neighborhood, I witnessed that when I was just a 10-year-old boy who's seeing Hamas dropping people from roofs or dragging them with motorcycles, some alive and some were just dead bodies. I saw how they killed those people with more than 90 bullets. That actually happened during the war. They fired more than 90 bullets at Islam Hijazi because she had some money and they wanted to loot this money. Those people, that's how they started their record in Gaza, and they did not stop from 2007. That continued year after a year, year after a year. My friend Issam al-Sa'afin, who was killed under torture in Hamas's cells. So I look at these statements, and it's extremely disappointing to portray those people as fighters. Those people are our oppressors. We have been suffering by them for more than 18 years, and we are trying to look at a better future. If the people in Gaza who are just protesting, they are saying it explicitly that Hamas is a terrorist organization, I believe actually to listen to the people in Gaza who lived with Hamas and know this experience.
I have one add-on question. Where does this stem from, the glorification of Hamas as a kind of resistance movement in the West? Because we all see mostly all of the campuses, at some point, this red triangle, the Hamas victory sign, showing up, painted by white liberal dudes.
Yes, unfortunately, this polarization and the continue to portray Hamas in a way or another as a good people. I mean, this triangle have been used by Hamas only for killing people. And for me, I can't dismiss the point that Hamas is the one who started this war, and their leaders are saying it explicitly that we are proud of it, we want to do it one more time, and the facts on the ground say also the same. So it's actually extremely disappointing, and it became like a backdoor for those people who are anti-Semites just to use this cause as the Palestinian cause or the Gaza war to spread their anti-Semitism and to continue hiding behind the fact that there is extremely devastating war happening in Gaza, but they are using it in a bad way just to spread anti-Semitism and hatred against the Jewish community.
Monika Mokre, dann Elisabeth Bonfen.
Well, just a very brief remark. I think we have a misunderstanding with regard to this statement, with regard to the question of terrorism, but I think this is not the point here to discuss that. It was not about freedom fighters, as far as I understood it, but rather, is it a method or an identification? But what I wanted to ask you actually was, do you see here in Austria, Germany, or also in Europe, support for the kind of resistance and future that you envisage somewhere?
Yes, actually, it's disappointing to see that why the people in Gaza are protesting and calling Hamas as a terrorist organization, calling for a better future, and also for the end of the war, to this devastating war. But at the same day, I see some protests here I would talk about Germany, the country where I live, that does not reflect what those people in Gaza are calling for. I'm seeing the people of Gaza calling for an end to the war. I'm seeing the protests calling for intifada. I'm seeing them calling Hamas terrorist organization. I'm seeing the other people calling them freedom fighters. Still, on the other hand, as we have this problem, we also have another problem in Germany. It's a sense of anti-Palestinianism, that there is also a racism against the Palestinians, including me, that I also faced some of these situations, that in some occasions in Europe, you have to prove that you are a good Palestinian, that you are not here to kill someone. And that actually extends to whatever you deal with the authorities, actually, in Germany. I have this experience. I mean, I myself asked for asylum in Germany as a Palestinian who escaped Gaza, who escaped Hamas, who has a record, and yet I was denied this right by Germany, and they issued a deportation order for my case. So that also extends to the majority of the Palestinians who live in Germany, in some countries in Europe, that they have this sense of anti-Palestinianism. They are being denied to express their feelings or what they want to tell to the world.
Danke, Amina Aziz.
I think you just answered my question. I wanted to ask you, where do you find yourself within this polarization you were talking about? If you want, if you like, you can explain further, but I think you also answered the question.
I mean, still, I would say that I'm still looking for where I am. I actually can't decide right now. Yes, I escaped Gaza, I escaped the war, I oppose Hamas, I oppose the Israeli government, but I cannot see a close future to go back to Gaza, whether I'm talking about myself or my immediate family who escaped the war also in Egypt. I can't see this future. At the same time, I'm being denied the rights here in Europe that actually is being given to other people with other records. So I still don't have actually an answer for this question.
Jan, Moment, entschuldigen Sie. Jan Schauer und dann Elisabeth Bronson.
You touched upon the subject of how deeply Hamas is rooted in the Palestinian community, particularly in Gaza. And we saw some very grisly images when the coffins of two of the babies, the Bibas babies, were handed over to the security forces of Israel. And you saw a lot of people shouting out of joy. I think hundreds or maybe thousands of Palestinian people. So what do you think? I mean, there's some polls. How much support does Hamas have in Gaza?
I think those are two questions. For the first question, how much Hamas has a support in Gaza, I mean, I would look at the numbers at the Palestinian Center for Policy and Research Survey, which is the most respected research organization in Palestine, issued a poll, and the results are that 65% of the Gaza society don't want to see Hamas in their future. The Our poll, which came after this one, another organization, revealed a higher percentage. I'm talking about 80% of Gazans don't want to see Hamas in their future. So I would say that for sure that the majority of the Gazans oppose Hamas, don't want a future that includes Hamas. And I'm talking politically and militarily, because I don't want to see Hamas as a government. I don't want Hamas as a militia like Hezbollah model in Lebanon. This is one thing. The other thing, it's understandable. I'm not trying to justify, but every community has the majority of moderates and his minority of extremists. The same way I saw it in the Israeli society. Just 2 days ago, I saw the Jerusalem protests in Israel, and I saw the racism. And that it went actually to attacking the Palestinians in the old city of Jerusalem. I heard the slogans of "May your village burn" or some dangerous chants against the Arab community. I saw it in these protests. I saw it actually in the case of when some Israeli soldiers were accused of raping Palestinian prisoners in Sde, and I saw how some groups went to protest and defend those who are accused of raping the Palestinian prisoners. So I understand that in every community you have the minority of extremists and you also have the majority of moderates.
Amina Aziz.
May I ask and go back a bit in time, did you or people you know experience settler violence, and how did you experience this conflict with Israeli settlers?
Yes, actually I have one friend of mine whose brother was preparing to get married actually in the West Bank, and he started preparing his home and everything as a typical Middle Eastern would do for the new marriage. And after he almost finalized everything of his apartment, of his building, the Israeli authorities decided that it's illegal to have this building here because they want to empty the road for the new settlements that was newly approved, that 22 settlements illegally approved by the Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. So they are suffering by that. And when I talk about the settler violence, I'm not talking about a case that happens once a year or two a year. We have been seeing that almost on a weekly basis at least, by those settlers attacking the Palestinian villages, attacking their homes, throwing stones, burning actually some cars and homes. At the same time, zero accountability. We don't see accountability at all. Actually, if there was an accountability, they wouldn't do it again.
Elizabeth Brompton.
So then let me try to shift in another gear. Do you see any hope? Or wherein do you see hope? Because you must have hope.
Yes, actually, I love to be an optimistic person. I can see hope, but still, we shouldn't have this only naive idea of just believing in hope without doing something on the ground, because hope is good, and I think that we have an opportunity actually here. I'm talking about the majority of the Arab states interested in finalizing and finding a resolution for this conflict. I'm seeing the Arab states oppose any future that includes Hamas, and they want to do something good for the people of Gaza. But still, the obstacle right now is that the Israeli government is not allowing any alternative to come and to see the future of Gaza. They denied the Palestinian Authority, and they spoke actually in February 2024 about a plan for the day after the war in the Gaza Strip, which did not come until now. The only plan that the Israeli government spoke about was by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said that I'm going to implement the Trump plan, talking about the displacement and the Rivera plan.
Amina Aziz.
Yes, I would like to hear your thoughts on the question of genocide.
I would say that what's happening in Gaza is a deliberate campaign, actually, using food and destroying homes. I would say that whether it's a genocide or not, we are looking at the facts on the ground. We are looking at tens of thousands killed and more wounded, entire neighborhoods erased, more than 2,200 families were just wiped out. No one survived, and more than 5,000 families have only one survivor. So I would say that I'm not interested actually in the label, but I'm interested in the ground that this campaign, unfortunately, was understandable that the war started, that the Israeli government won the hostages. They want to destroy Hamas. But what we are seeing right now is a shift from that toward making Gaza just unlivable. And that alone should be alarming and should be denounced by anyone with a living conscience.
Weitere Fragen? Monika Mokre.
What could European states or the European Union do? What makes sense and makes the situation better?
I think that there is a lot of power with the European countries. The most urgent one, I would say, that to allow the humanitarian aid to enter Gaza in a good basis, not under a new company that has undisclosed criteria, reports of humiliation and logistical failure. So I want the humanitarian aid first to get to the people, because there was children who died of malnutrition and no one talked about them. This is one thing. The second thing, I think there must be a priority to pressure to end this war and to release the hostages for the best of the Israelis and the best of the Palestinians. Those are two more important things.
1 minute.
But in the long term, I would say that there is also a responsibility in the European countries, those who did not recognize a Palestinian state yet. I mean, we have been suffering for more than 80 years, what they are waiting for. This is one thing. The second thing is also to push not only to recognize a Palestinian state, but to reach a reconciliation with the Israelis to finalize this conflict. It's not an impossible job to do. There was a peace between Israel and Jordan, peace between Israel and Egypt, Emirates, and other countries. It's not impossible for the Palestinians, but we need the proper approach on these involved parties.
Thank you very much, Hamza Hovidi. Please take a seat.
Danke. Danke. Als fünfte Auskunftsperson.
So the fifth
Als fünfte Auskunftsperson bitte ich Klaus
witness
Lederer
or respondent today, I would like to ask Klaus Lederer to come up here. He is a member
des
of
Berliner Abgeordnetenhauses,
the Berlin House of Representatives. He's a former politician from the German party Die Linke, the left. He was a mayor and a vice mayor, and he's also a senator for culture in Berlin. He is seen as a sharp critic of left anti-Semitism, and he is a cultural senator and oftentimes faces demands to be cancelled himself. Can you please give us your full name? My name is Klaus Lederer. Do you have a professional or personal relationship to the jury? No. I would remind you that we need you to tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Klaus Lederer, you have left the party, the left, not only, but also for these reasons. Former colleagues in the party were too much in favor of the Palestinian cause. Could you please give us your reasoning for leaving the party? And what are your problems with this wing of the party? Well, first of all, I did not leave the party because there are pro-Palestinian positions and people in the party. I think that there is nothing wrong with being pro-Palestinian, but I left the party because I had the feeling that in my country there are more and more people who are no longer taking historic teachings to heart, and they are ignoring the past. I think this is an enormous problem. I think you cannot look at this as the global north versus the global south, black and white, good and bad. And then you supposedly would have to decide what side you would come down on. But I think that that the radical left has always had a difficult relationship with anti-Semitism in the new left, particularly since the founding of the State of Israel. Many of the hopes placed in Israel or projected on Israel have been dashed ever since the 6 Days War. And they've even merged into a demonization of the country. In the worst case, they have led to an attack on the Jewish buildings in Berlin as a commemoration of the Reichskristallnacht. And all of this, not wanting to perceive this and not closing your eyes to this, not being sensitive to all of the anti-Semitic tendencies and difficulties in your own ranks. I think this is an enormous problem, but you don't have to leave the party for that reason. You could also say that I'm going to fight to change this. But the reason that I left, I didn't go by myself, but I felt that the subject matter of our platform didn't matter anymore. The issues that we were representing were not subject to debate. And we saw that they were being sidelined. This is a phenomenon that we are witnessing. People are engaging in pathos and self-congratulation, for example, and also denial of German history. On the other side, when you look at the Shoah and anti-Semitism and the history of the Shoah, and there are some people that deny that as a legitimacy for the establishment of the State of Israel, and I think these were my difficulties. So this is why you said that the left is no longer a party since then. The left, is no longer my party, but it doesn't mean that I don't feel solidarity with that party. I know a lot of people still in the party, and I know that they're still fighting to tackle the history, and I know that they're fighting to make space for these issues and these ideas in the party, and we're trying to give them space. I'm a democratic socialist, and I will always be a democratic socialist. But I'm not of the opinion that you have to be a member of the party from the cradle to the grave. Thank you very much for your opening statement. I would like to hand off to the jury, who will be posing the first question, Jan Fleischhauer. Yes, we've heard on numerous occasions that it must be possible to criticize the state of Israel. Mr. Beck surprised me that he had not been at pro-Palestinian movement demonstrations. But the issue, of course, has galvanized people who are on the left, or people who see themselves as being on the left. So where's the tipping point, for example, when you're talking about anti-Semitism? Where do you see the political arguments against Israel becoming anti-Semitic tendencies? Well, this is very difficult to answer briefly. Of course, we are fighting about definitions. Everybody has different definitions of anti-Semitism. You have the Jerusalem Declaration, for example, but we have a basic problem with definitions because anti-Semitism, we have the functioning of anti-Semitism. We have historic analogs of anti-Semitism, for example, but we can talk about this as rumors about Jewish people. But of course, this is completely devoid of logic. But when we're talking about definitions, we need clarity. We saw this with IRA, where they focus on examples. But that is a weakness. But then again, you're trying to get to a definition, then you say you have to it depends. It depends on what you say on a case-by-case basis. So I think it's very important to be vigilant vis-a-vis anti-Semitism. You have to question yourself. You have to reflect on your own intentions. In Germany, we have hundreds of years of history with anti-Semitism. And anti-Semitism, of course, has evolved over the years. And what we see today is that there are new forms of activism that sound vaguely left and talk about repression, but they're really only talking about themselves. So I'm not talking just about definitions, but I'm talking about your party. That you left your party after your success there. Were there certain statements made, gestures, for example, that were made? Or there something specific that you could cite? when you want to distance yourself from red triangles, so these are the symbols of Hamas, for example, if you use words like back to 1948, or Zionists are fascists, and they kill children and civilians, or Zionism is crime. Resistance is justified from Berlin to Gaza, yay, Intifada, of course. If you look at all of the slogans, these are not the reason that I left the party, but it's a problem because this is a betrayal of our ideals. When you entered the left, you did for certain reasons, and this is a betrayal of your basic values. And when I was in Berlin, my work as a culture senator, I work a great deal with young Jewish people. And a lot of people who express anti-Semitism in Berlin could have been here, of course, but they've always said that they've been canceled, but they're not canceled. You hear from them quite a bit, and they've actually ended up canceling themselves. Most people, most young Jewish people I know in Berlin have the feeling that they don't feel welcome and safe in cultural institutions, and they don't feel comfortable and welcome at universities. And not even in queer or feminist contexts, and they don't feel comfortable and welcome there. And unless they've professed their opposition to Zionism. And the left, of course, could actually do something. Particularly when we're talking about a terrible, dramatic, catastrophic conflict that seems irredeemable and unsolvable. If you don't position yourself on the internet in a morally clear way, and I'm not an expert in this conflict, if you don't take up this position on a daily basis on the internet, well, and you don't deal with all of the reasons over the decades that have led to this conflict, then I don't see why we've come to all of the positions being taken by people on the left. So we've talked about definitions of anti-Semitism. So we have anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism, for example, and we have Israel-related anti-Semitism. What are the differences there from your point of view? Well, the discussion of Zionism or not before the show was an inter-Jewish debate, and there was a minority of Jewish people that saw themselves as Zionists. The majority said that if we want to assimilate here, if we're part of nation states, then we have the citizenship, we are nationals of this country, that we don't need Israel. And this, of course, changed after the Shoah. 2/3 of the UN General Assembly joined the resolution on the mandate area Palestine. We know exactly what happened in the past. I don't need to go into much detail on that. And today, from my point of view, of Zionism or not Zionism, well, this is something that is for Jewish people to debate, and I'm not Jewish. But today, and I've seen this since the Six-Day War, and since the late 60s, what we see in the left, we see certain forms of anti-Semitism that has been acceptable, been made acceptable. And we have people seeking refuge in anti-Zionism. This is problematic. Anti-Zionism is not necessarily anti-Semitic, but from what I've heard after the 7th of October, and they are wearing anti-Zionist clothing, a lot of this has to do with the reproduction of anti-Semitic remarks. So if I recall what happened after the 7th of October, some of the left groups in Berlin, the left wing, for example, did not have any empathy for the victims, or only had this for a very short period of time. And they even denied that Hamas had exercised sexual violence, that they had raped women, or that they had denied these facts, that they had forgotten, that there was a genocidal component to these actions. And what this must have triggered in Israel that had experienced the Shoah. Well, this lasted about 2 to 3 weeks, and then we saw the Israeli army beginning their actions in the Gaza Strip. And here we saw the word genocide being used. They didn't have arrest warrants or any other types of instruments. So we saw here the positions being taken where you had empathy being expressed for the other side. And I have a number of Jewish friends in Berlin that saw this as the end of friendships even, and it was actually a very deeply traumatic experience. And because I'm a left-wing person in Germany, of course, I try to do what I can to have an impact in Germany and German politics. And of course, this is a question of whether or not Jewish people in Berlin or Jewish people in Germany feel safe and welcome in my country. This is a fact that is closer to my heart than what is taking place in Gaza, despite the horrific situation. And this situation fills me with a sense of powerlessness. Amin Aziz, please. Allow me to just follow up because you mentioned genocide. And the genocide accusation that was expressed very early on. How do you see that? Well, there are many things that you can criticize. When you criticize Israel, of course, you can criticize their settlement policy in the West Bank. You could ask Netanyahu why he found it to be necessary to use the military to protect settlements in the West Bank. And he wasn't capable of preventing the massacre in the south of Israel. Of course, you could sharply criticize the Israeli government for that reason. Of course, you can do all of this, but why do you need the accusation of genocide? Some people have said, and even the head of the Congress has said, that we have to consult the courts when we're talking about the legal definition of genocide. Well, this accusation has been raised because of the UN Convention on Genocide in 1948. Before that, a Jewish jurist examined the concept of genocide within the context of the Shoah and the Nazi dictatorship. So we can talk about a great deal of things, but we have to think about why do we need this term? Why is this necessary? We could talk about war crimes in terms of the Israeli government. We could talk about humanitarian aid to Gaza or the lack of it in the Gaza Strip. We haven't forgot that the Gaza Strip is not there, but of course, that the fact that Hamas has tried to maximize the damage in this conflict and has taken their own people hostage. Of course, this is something that we have to keep in mind. And something particularly we have to keep in mind in light of the misery and the death that is taking place. They have taken as a given to have a maximum of human victims. And in this context, I find it very difficult to accept that. I know that this word of genocide is on everybody's lips in light of the disaster and the horrific atrocities taking place there. But I think particularly when we look at the Middle East and we look at Israel as the home nation of the Jewish people, as a consequence of the Shoah, and when we look to Israel and we raise the accusation of genocide, we should be extremely careful, extremely cautious here. And I think that European law and German law has tried to relativize German guilt and German participation in the Shoah. To my great surprise and to my great concern, this has happened on the left. For example, they've tried to encapsulate the singularity of the Shoah in a long timeline of history. But this is an undercurrent of everything that is happening. I find this very problematic. So I would say that if this is only left up to the courts to determine this terminology, I think we don't need words like this. I don't think we need demonizations like this. Then I think if I think this may run the risk of coming into contact with the idea of anti-Semitism. So my first question, you were a Senator for Cultural Affairs in Berlin, and you said that BDS-associated groups should not have any public space. So you've talked about how much you know about Jewish history and about certain terminology. You could say that there is still a discussion ongoing about the definition of anti-Semitism. Of course, we can also probably think that there is not that much knowledge in the general public about these issues. So why have you not provided these spaces as a cultural affairs senator? For example, given space to pro-Palestinian groups, and why don't you think that's the right thing? Don't you think this could lead to a backlash or anger, for example, directed at the German state as a result? Well, at the time, I stated that we should not use public funding for anti-Semitic mobilization. So that's a bit different. So we have to talk about the specific cases. When we talk about organizations that are in favor of Palestinian rights, when we look at leftist radical or other organizations that are aimed at completely legitimizing Israel, then I have a problem with that. Just so I understood you correctly, so you are refusing to engage in dialogue. No, the other people are refusing to engage in dialogue, but I am taking up a very clear position, and I have left the scene here. I am no longer a part of that. I think it's nonsense to provide any kind of funding to these parties. We have 1 more minute, but you cannot exercise censorship of everything that is happening in the political space and in the artistic space. But however, I know that we have to refute these statements, and we have to do that loudly and clearly. And the problem is that if these groups are accessing public funds, then I think this is the wrong way to do it. We have to be very clear in our position. We have to clearly refute these ideas and be very clear in our resistance to these. One more question.
Der deutschen sogenannten Staatsräson, wie sie von einigen anderen PolitikerInnen eingefordert wurde, nachkommen müssen.
How do you think that people should support Germany's raison d'être? Well, I think that Germany and Austria, vis-à-vis the extent of the State of Israel, have a particular duty to fulfill. I believe that the left, or even myself, have a responsibility in light of German history. And I think this seems to be far more important than Germany's raison d'être. So this is my responsibility as a person on the left. Thank you very much.
Als sechste Auskunftsperson rufe ich.
Next, I would like to ask Sashi Turkov to join me on stage. He's an artist and the former president of the Jewish Student Union.
Bitte nennen Sie uns Ihren vollständigen Namen.
Could you please state your full name? Sashi Turkov. Do you have any relationships with any member of the jury, whether professional or work-related? Answer, no. I would like to tell the truth, which is to say, to give a contribution to ascertaining the facts. So let me ask you, how are you experiencing the present times? Well, difficult times. Politically, probably, the most difficult times ever. I'm not that old, but still. I do believe to grow up as a Jew in Austria was a bit strange before 7th of October, which is to say you grow up in a country where everybody's trying to tell you your own history. Sometimes they try not to take an active stance. Sometimes they sympathize with your situation. That was strange, but there was really a break, if you will, a big cut, and I represent here all Jews, a double break, if you will. Of course, let us say, our home, which is Israel, we no longer had those safe or secure relationships or ties with Israel, and to see that so many people in Austria did not support us. So that was traumatic. So the war, unfortunately, is still going on. What can I say? Difficult times. Thank you very much for this opening statement. Who wants to ask the first question? Okay, I would like to go first. You've already mentioned that you had the feeling that people did not support you. Can you elaborate on that? Well, let me tell you a story. Now, on October the 7th, that was a Saturday, and that was really the first week I spent at the University of Art. So I was about to start university on the following Monday, so my teacher, my professor there, apparently had come to learn that I'm Jewish, and literally in the first seminar, she explained to me that Zionism was so bad for Jews and that all Jews should not support Israel. And that was at a time when all of us, and I do believe I can speak on behalf of most Jews, were still in great shock. And very often I try to think back of that day. You know, our emotions, of course, have changed. We now see clearer, as it were. And that was really hard, but that was so typical of what we experienced at this time, when really the most dreadful massacre happened. We felt alone, and we felt that so many people did not support us, especially there was a lack of support from the left side, and I'm a leftist myself, if you will. Now, how do you feel about this right now? That depends on where you are. I do believe in many circles, in many spheres, or many Jews still feel this great disruption. And so many alliances that we had before were broken and lost. Friendships really were lost, but also political alliances were lost. And on the other hand, many groups were set up that understood this is a moment where we all have to be loyal and join forces, and all kinds of different groups came into being. So a lot of new things were created. A follow-up question? Now, you have just told us how you felt at the beginning. Did you ever think about leaving Austria to Israel? Well, my situation is a bit different. My mother is from Israel. The rest of my family is there. I also lived in Israel for part of my life, and let us say, many friends actually went to Israel after October the 7th, and I can understand that and sympathize with that to some degree. However, this thought has never come to my mind. But continuously, I have been worrying about my family. Part of my family lives quite far in the south, and that was really the focus I had at that time. Now, this experience that you have now described to us have been described really by lots of people in an article in the Süddeutsche Seite. It was said that the left has really left us in the lurch. They have abandoned us. And this feeling of loneliness was also described in this article, and this disappointment people felt on a personal level. Can you explain that? You know, do you have any explanation? Because you said that you had many friends and you thought that you were linked also by those alliances. And suddenly those people stopped being allies and became the opposite. Yes, well, even before October the 7th, whenever there was an escalation of violence in the Near East, always we see an increase in anti-Semitism, and this is something that is reinforced and supported by many studies. But this time we saw a spike of anti-Semitism. I called up Eduard Freudmann, a friend and an artist, on the day the attack was launched, and he says, Sasha, you know, we have to do something because now everybody is shattered and, you know, they will turn against us. And I said, don't worry, this time things are different. This time people will understand. So I simply could not imagine to what extent anti-Semitism was going to increase in Europe, in Austria, in the US, everywhere. And I do believe this conflict in the Middle East is an opportunity for people, without thinking too much about it too much, to take a stance and also to voice political opinions. And that is what happened after October 7. And let us say, in contrast to many other conflicts in Iran, in Kurdistan, in Yemen, no matter where, people feel emotionally connected, even though they are not personally affected, and they do not know what that means for people, for Israelis as well as Palestinians alike, when some Austrian students yells out Intifada, and they do not know what that means for people who are personally affected, because when we hear somebody call out Intifada, we automatically think of violence, no matter on what side we stand. And that has to do with the fact that people feel that they have to speak up. But also, many people, of course, were emotionally or have been emotionally really involved. We need a peace agreement, and the hostages need to be brought back, and the suffering in Gaza has to stop. Monica, well, for many hours now, we have been debating as to what is the right term, the right word to describe what is happening now in Gaza. What is your opinion? Crimes against humanity, genocide, wars of crime, whatever. First of all, I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in international law. I don't believe our Congress is the ideal platform here to answer all of these questions. However, I do believe that if we limit ourselves to discussing whether this is genocide or not, is only distracting us. You know, this is a concept that has been used since October 7 as a distraction. Mobilize against genocide is something that I heard on the first day after the attack. So this is a distraction. That is what I'm trying to say. So this is a legal term, and I do believe it is not up to me to say whether this is genocide or not, but to have this debate is certainly not productive. So why does everyone now, up at this stage, has to answer this question? So do you understand that there are movements in Austria and Germany that want to boycott Israel, the Jewish state? Well, I do believe that general boycotts are never effective, because what they try to do in the first place is let me rephrase that, to boycott one country means that you also boycott resistance that is happening inside the country, and that prevents voices from being heard, critical voices, voices that are critical of the own government. We see that the democracy government against the government of Israel before October the 7th, excuse me. So the movement actually, or the protests that are going on in Israel are not covered by European media, because your media tend to focus on black and white reports, and the world is divided into good and evil. And I do believe to boycott an entire country or states is not effective. It will isolate a country, and a government will get more opportunities to exert force and violence to repress their own population. And I do believe we should rather have a look at what is the situation in Israel right now. What do people in Israel want? There are protests every week in Israel. That is something we do not have in Austria. So we should have a look at what is going on there. These are people with families in Gaza. The parents of Hersch Goldberg, for example, are still taking to the streets. And these are voices that we should hear more. And to boycott an entire country, as I've said, is not effective. Now, quite some similarities between what you have said and what has said before as to turning a blind eye to the violence of Hamas. I would like to hear more from you. Now, I don't read, let us say, a lot about this in German newspaper or U.S. newspapers, about the actual situation in Israel, also the attacks, the rocket launches, do not get a lot of coverage. Why do people turn a blind eye to this? Maybe to come back to what the previous speaker has said. Well, I do believe the social media, of course, have a dramatic, they play a dramatic role here. They want to deliver the message as quickly as possible, but also it has to do with the fact as how Israel is portrayed all over the world. There is a distortion of this idea that it's an elitist superpower that is supported by the US, which is, of course, right to some extent, but of course there is a big distortion within the narrative, and it has to do with the way we talk about the conflict, and it's a lot easier to define a good party and an evil party. This will mean that people don't have to read and learn their own history, historical facts. All of this is no longer relevant when you have a good party and an evil party. And it's a lot easier to strike up alliances if you think like that. And that is really the reason why people turn a blind eye to this and why critical voices on both sides are not heard. This is what Hamza said before. Of course, what I'm saying also goes or applies to the Palestinians. Monica. Now, of course, I know that you are not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer myself, but to have a look at the situation that is going on in Gaza, do you believe that the, let us say, activities or actions of the Israeli army or Israel's government are proportionate to the attack of October 7? Well, when the attacks on October 7th occurred, that was a shock to, of course, Israel's society and a shock to the diaspora for many weeks and months. We couldn't believe what had happened. We were personally affected and we were really afraid, both here in Austria and in Israel. And this is something, of course, that goes without saying. And we all know that some response had to follow. But of course, I see that this war has to end, and at the same time, I do believe, and this is just my personal idea, I'm not a military expert, but this war has to end, and there is really no use of continuing fighting. Hostages are not released, and people are dying every day, and that is what the population of Israel wants. That is what we want, and that is why Israel, so many people in Israel protest every week, and these loud voices are not mentioned sufficiently in that debate. So why? And I'm curious to know that. Why does the government of Israel not listen to the protests? And what does that mean for you? There are so many vehement protests and creative protests, and still, to no effect. I called up Bibi Netanyahu on the phone. Unfortunately, he was busy, and, well, honestly, I'm not a member of Israel's government. I'm not a member of the government, which is why, of course, I cannot give a full answer to this question. Certainly, it has to do with the fact that this is a right-wing government that wants to maintain its own power and is not interested in peace. And I don't have any problem to say this. And the government in Israel and Hamas, of course, have prevented any peaceful solutions. And when I gave an interview in Austrian television, I said that you can bring about peace without Hamas and the present government of Israel. I'm not trying to say that I'm putting Hamas on the same level as the government of Israel. So, to answer your question, I do believe the right wing is not interested in bringing about a peaceful solution. Any further questions? No questions, then thank you very much to you, ma'am.
Als siebte Auskunftsperson steht uns nun Lisa Machainer zur Verfügung, und zwar über Zoom.
Lisa Machainer is our next respondent, and she is with us via the internet. She studied political science in Innsbruck. She is a project coordinator with Doctors Without Borders and has been on the ground in Gaza on several occasions, most recently just a few weeks ago or even a few days. Please give us your full name. Lisa Machainer. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with the members of the jury? No. I do not. So I would like to give you to respond to our questions and to work with us to establish the truth. About 3 weeks ago, you were on the ground in Gaza. Maybe you can talk about what you saw there, what did you experience, how do you see the situation there? Well, just to correct you, I was there at the beginning of March. That's fine. I just wanted to, of course, contribute to the finding of truth. So what did I see there? In February 2024 until March 2025, I was in Gaza for 9 months. So this is a large portion of that year. I am often asked how I would describe the situation there, and 13 months later, I really have no answer for you. I think it's absolutely indescribable. It's probably the best answer that I have for you. And what I've experienced there, and what I saw there, and summing that up, is the only thing we can do is to try to fill the gaps. There is a lack of everything, but Doctors Without Borders, we are specialized in providing medical care, mainly surgical care, particularly in the Gaza Strip, with an enormous number of children and civilians. This is where we see the difference between Gaza and other conflicts where I've been active. People who have been brought to us with the most egregious injuries for months. the healthcare infrastructure was destroyed so systematically that we were active on all levels when it came to providing medical care, and it was insufficient because we simply did not have enough materials. And I think that we need to put the focus on that aspect. An image has many different components and puzzle pieces. And the events have been carried out systematically, and this has always been a consistent topic, whether or not we have enough water. It was never enough water in order to provide care to the people who needed it. Thank you very much for your opening statement. I would like to hand off to the jury. We have 15 minutes. Monica Mukre, please. Doctors Without Borders, MSF, has always been active in areas of conflict and areas of war. So you have an excellent basis of comparison. So what is so special about the Gaza Strip in whatever way? Well, I think comparisons are always difficult because every context has its own aspects. And I don't want to bring a value judgment to bear because there are other conflicts where a great deal of suffering has taken place. But if I were to attempt an answer to your question, is to say that one of the differences is the intensity and how close we were to the shooting and the hostilities. I've never had as much fear as I've had when I was on the ground in Gaza. We lost a large number of our team members. As of the beginning of April, we lost 11 MSF members. This happened while I was heading up the direction in Gaza myself. This is something that has touched me to a great extent, and this is something that is quite lacking in the reporting. I have professional training in providing humanitarian aid. This is my profession. Of course, this entails a number of risks, but it doesn't mean that we are being targeted and killed for this. This is not what we signed up for, and this is not what my colleagues signed up for. And I think that this is often lacking in the public discussion. And if I look at the entire discussion, you see that over 400 humanitarian workers, primarily Palestinians, have been killed there. And the fact that there's not as much outrage in the public, I find that very disappointing, and I find that quite scary. So if we were to picture your work on the ground and the work of your colleagues still on the ground, how can we do that? How can you cooperate on a local level? Who do you cooperate with in order to ensure that you are able to continue to be active? Well, what we have seen is this is a difference in comparison to all of our other areas. Usually we work together with health ministries and all other actors on the ground. Of course, we have to be in contact with everybody. And this is to ensure the safety and security of all of our people. And this is, of course, part of international humanitarian law, that humanitarian people are not attacked. And this is what we do with MSF. And what's happening in the Gaza Strip is extremely dangerous. So we saw humanitarian aid being placed under conditions. And just to be quite clear about this, we don't have any margin of maneuver there where we are able to take action in upholding fundamental humanitarian principles. Any further questions?
Elisabeth Bronfman.
Elisabeth Bronfman. In the idea of, or the lack of margin of maneuver that you touched on, what is your opinion on the blockade of humanitarian aid? Would you classify that as a war crime or a tragic consequence of acts of war, where unfortunately the situation should be different than what is on the ground now. But even though this is a very important topic, what is happening runs counter to all basic humanitarian principles. But I think this is distracting from the actual meaning on the ground. So we have phases where we have no transport of humanitarian aid coming across the borders. And this was a period that lasted 3 months. This is not the first phase that this happened and not the only phase. What this means on the ground is that we have to decide that, for example, changing a bandage, which is done in Austria in a hospital daily, particularly if somebody has very egregious burns, for example, and this entails somebody being burned over 40% of their body, that you have to change these bandages on a daily basis, and this is no longer possible. So you have to accept the risk that people will be hurt, patients will be hurt, and will be subject to the greater risk of infection, and we are forced to make these decisions. So aside from legal considerations, of course, these are crimes. I think I can be clear on that, but what is the impact of these? And I think this is not something that's touched on enough in the debate. So the upshot here is that we have to take decisions that cost people's their lives, and we always have to keep this in mind. And the fact that children are the main victims here, are quite often the victims. And this is something that I've also seen that is different compared to other conflicts. And this is also tied to the lack of pain medication. The question is do I have enough pain medication to be able to change bandages on a child so that it doesn't hurt? And unfortunately, this is often not the case. Jan Fleischhauer, you've talked about the Gaza Strip as a very extraordinary area of conflict. This is an area that is very heavily populated, but not larger than the city of Cologne. So you talked about asymmetrical warfare, and you're talking about an army, of course, that is designated as such, and also civilian fighters that is hiding amongst the population that are using hospitals, for example, to hide hostages for several days at a time and then to distribute them amongst the Palestinian people. They also had a very sophisticated tunnel system for the command. Do you think it is a legitimate argument that if you want to fight Hamas and you want to eliminate Hamas, that the Israeli armed forces must be able to accept these kinds of victims? No. No, but you're talking to a person who is active in humanitarian aid. For me, every human life is important. Any human life that I lose, any child that dies on my watch is one too many. Every man, every woman, that is my fundamental principle. So my principle on the ground is that I try to save every human life. And any person that dies is one too many, from my point of view. So there are other states, Germany, Austria, or the European Union, perhaps could be better situated to end the war. Well, we need a sustained ceasefire. Everybody's tired of the war. Violence only leads to more violence. It is not a solution. And this is what many people are calling for. This must be our top priority. We must not place conditions on humanitarian aid. This is not something that must be allowed. We have to uphold these humanitarian principles. We cannot allow for parallel systems to be established. We have to have a margin of maneuver, and our margin of maneuver, our ability to act, has been limited. We have been limited in doing what we do best, in providing humanitarian aid in armed conflict areas. So you're calling for a withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from Gaza. Would you accept, if that were the case, that the rest of Hamas that is remained would be able to reform and rearm. Could you ask me the question once again? I had an interruption in the line. Okay, so you are calling for the withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from the Gaza Strip, but as a consequence, this would mean that Hamas has not laid down its weapons and they would be able to reform. When we're talking about a ceasefire, we're talking about all war parties. We must have a sustained, a long-lasting ceasefire in order to allow us to do the work for which we are there on the ground and what we have expertise in doing. Thank you very much. Monika Mukre. Do you believe that a boycott of Israel, as many people are calling for, would be an important step toward ensuring a long-lasting ceasefire? Well, I'm not a specialist in boycotts. I uphold international law and international humanitarian law, and this is something that we must follow. And if that is not the case, then we must impose sanctions on that. But it is not our role to do that. We are a humanitarian organization. This is not what we should do. This is not the role that we should shoulder. This is the international community that should do that, and I see very little of that. As a person or an organization that is active on the ground in Gaza, would you call what is happening a genocide? Then I would come back to what I said before with regard to the legal classification of this. We are a humanitarian organization and report on what we see. And this is extremely important because this is the hot iron that nobody wants to pick up. Well, I have to have trust, a fundamental trust in human beings in order to be able to talk about what's happening there. We have to rely on human rights organizations like Amnesty International and other international legal experts, and they say that a genocide is taking place, and I have to rely on that. Any further questions? So, no further questions. Thank you very much. Lisa Machano.
Auf Wiedersehen. Ich versuche Aufmerksamkeit.
So, once again, we have received another request. Shura Hashemi has asked to clarify what she said before.
Ich habe beschlossen, diesen Antrag stattzugeben. Bitte.
Okay, this request, the motion is being granted. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to clarify one matter. At the same time, it's very interesting to see what has happened because this is a good fit with what is going on. We're talking about canceling or discrediting people. Somebody asked me how I classify Hamas. In Austria, it's a criminal organization. Under criminal law, we call it an armed group. Mr. Fleischhauer, maybe he does not understand the term, and the correct group is armed group. Armed fighter was then again used by Hamza Hamidi as a freedom fighter. Thank you very much for this correction and clarification. Terrorist organization or group is the right term. However, for the sake of completeness, I want to mention this. So somebody asked about this, therefore I want to clarify this. However, from a legal perspective, there is international law, humanitarian international law of wars, and there is national Austrian war and the national war of Israel, and also in the occupied territories there is military law. Just to explain this. However, I would like to come back to this Volker Beck then, who listened to us. In the meantime, posted on Twitter that I was glorifying terrorism. And now, at the same time, on Twitter, a debate is going on. Okay, let me interrupt you. Twitter and so on is a different matter altogether. We are not going to comment on the social media. But that is exactly how somebody is being discredited. So that is exactly what we have seen happen here today. So, thank you very much to all of the respondents. Now, finally, for the next 15 minutes, please volunteer. If you have questions, you can ask any question, but you have to state specifically to what respondent you would like to answer the question. So, the floor is yours. Council of the Republic, the floor is yours.
Bitte. Also der Rat.
Genau, hallo, ich heiße Carola von Herder.
So I'm a member of the Council of the Republic. My name is Carola, and I do not really know as to who direct the question, but Sashi, I don't know, but maybe I don't dare to do this because the question is probably too emotional for her. Okay, so the question goes to Mrs. Dudsta. Now, there is a movement, or rather a forum, of regional thinking in Israel. And what they are trying to do is bring about peace or justify peace. And they're of the opinion that one way to solve the problem is the militarization of Israel, of the population, of all aspects of life, which is why they published a paper that was signed by 130 members of academia, and I got the German translation, and where there is a chair called Asach Damid. And what they are saying is Israel and its allies need to make sure, or they need to take the responsibility for many years of occupation and also the present conflict, despite the fact that the massacre on October the 7th, or despite the fact that, of course, Hamas needs to take responsibility for the massacre on October the 7th. It's a harsh statement, and the way I see it, it is a strategic, if you will, a strategic statement. Well, I'm happy to listen to you, but we just have 15 minutes, so ask your question. Do you think this is absurd, really, this statement? Or do you think there is some logic behind it, or some strategic logic? I don't know this statement is the answer, and I'm not really sure whether I've really understood the purpose of it. The way I have understood you is you were saying that Israel needs demilitarization, but no, the speaker is saying, this group is of the opinion that, oh, the population in Israel is way too militarized. So what they are saying is Israel and its population and its allies have to take responsibility for what has happened, let us say, and also what happened, let us say, before the attack. Well, I do believe that these are two matters that should happen at the same time, but apart from each other. They should not exclude. Of course, occupation should be ended. That is a fact. That is not an opinion. As to whether a demilitarization is part of a solution to the conflict is not something I can answer. And of course, the attack of October the 7th is a war crime, is a fact. To take responsibility, the speaker asked again. Well, to take responsibility for what? I do believe the question has been answered. I would like to remind you of the fact of what it means to ask a question. Do not make a statement, do not speak too long. One question is one sentence, and at the end you have a question mark. Well, thank you very much for answering that statement. And my name is Ernst Granitz. I'm also a member of the Council of the Republic. I have 2 daughters. Every victim is one victim too much. That is what I keep telling my daughters. So what can I do as an individual, really? What can I contribute? Yes, I do believe that every human being, every individual, particularly those that are not directly involved, such as we are in Austria, can make a contribution to raise your voice, not to be polarized, to, of course, base everything on basic values, on fundamental values, at least really. That has been our approach before the 7th of October, not to be polarized. And those shared values are very important. And it is about universal human rights. It is not about taking a side. And always we have to reflect upon the fact as to who do we grant those human rights and not. That is a very complex and complicated question. And I do believe that we need to be able to bear that, really. Thank you very much. Any other member? If so, please use a microphone. Doris Stoisser. I'm also a member of the Council of the Republic. Microphone.
Herr Schwaduzda, ich bitte Sie, zunächst auf der Bühne zu bleiben.
So, my question also goes to Mrs. Dudsta, simply because your statement has been most balanced. So what I'm curious to know is the role played by the media. There are so many different terms, vague terms floating around, misinformation and whatnot. What would you expect of the media? Or what should we expect from the media? Well, diversity, of course. And of course, I would expect the media to be diverse. And I read many different newspapers. Haaretz, for example, an Israeli-based newspaper, because I believe what they cover are reports that are not covered in Austria. For example, opinion polls are carried out, and they give us really a good insight into what is happening in Israel. And that is something that is not reflected in European media. So my appeal would be to the individual to diversify, to reflect, and not just to accept everything, simply because we cannot assume that if we just read one newspaper or just listen to one channel, we get a broad picture of the situation. Thank you very much.
Vom Rat der Republik weitere Fragen?
Any further questions
Ansonsten
to Ms. Dudsta or anybody else?
gibt es noch eine Frage?
So any questions? Oh, there is one more question, apparently.
Vom Rat, also die Fragen des Rates zugelassen, sonst keine. Vielen Dank.
We're just going to hear questions from members of the council, mind you. So, thank you very much. I would like to thank all members of the council. And now I would like to ask Amin Aziz, member of the jury, to give her a brief summary of what we have heard.
Wir haben 10 Minuten.
10 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, council members, members of the audience, colleagues. It's not a nice task, really, to be able to come up with a summary on what has been said. Well, at this Congress, we are discussing the question of whether a genocide is being committed in Gaza, a theoretical question. Well, the fact that too many people have already died goes hand in hand with this question even being asked in the first place. Now, it has been over a year since the attack by the Islamist terrorist organization Hamas on the 7th of October, the biggest attack on Jewish life since the Shoah, and one would think that debates would have changed. And the fronts have hardened, and the reality of the lives for people in Israel, Gaza, and those affected here is often used as an instrument to strengthen one's own position, but not to clarify the question as to how these realities could change life for the better, especially when both parties to the war are obviously not interested in a peace or in a just peace, as it was said, and the fact that those parties are not held liable. It was said, for example, specifically when it comes to settlers, Jewish settlers, that this is very often the case. Now, what we need is really a focus on the resistance in Israel. Those protests took place before the attack. And Lisa Machiner, for example, has talked about the fact that Doctors Without Borders never before have lost so many staff members, and she was afraid. And she said that this was not something she signed up for, and she was really disappointed by the lack of protests. Now, we have really tried to discuss the relationship between cancelling, or the freedom of expression. I prefer the term consequences. Now, in contrast to the term cancelling, the term consequences gives us leeways. What consequences should somebody suffer who receives public funding and appears in public and talks in a different way? Now, should those people be fired because they supposedly wrongly placed likes, or because they posted something that was unspeakable? Now, opinion should play less of a role in answering these questions. Now, we should ask more questions of competence, which is to say, what enables people to speak on a topic as an expert in the first place? But above all, it would be important to pause for a moment. Hannah Arendt once said, all thinking is reflection. Now, try to think for a long time about an issue, and that is exactly where I want to go again. Today, everything is loud. Everybody wants to be heard. Everyone wants reach, and it's best to produce new content every second. And after all, this is something that is also rewarded. We should ask ourselves more often, how do we actually want to live? How do we want to treat each other? Nazis have come up with clear answers to those questions. And what about us? Do we want to shower each other with opinions until we drown? And even really in journalistic media, some of which have generated into opinion slingers. Or do we want to mock, denounce, and cancel each other as soon as somebody is of a different opinion? Or do we want to give each other more space? So I would like to favor asking more questions, judging less, being more open to what the other person really thinks. Because after all, the right wing benefits from disunity and disagreement of the left. And the left is fragmented, and this creates a fragile environment. Now, I'm really happy that today we have heard different perspectives that we can engage with. Sashi, for example, told us about how the Jewish community felt in Austria Austria, and that so many have emigrated to Israel, and there was a lack of solidarity. And she said that this situation has changed. And I very much appreciate the fact when people with Nazi ancestors come to terms with their own family history and make it their mission to protect Jewish life, both here and in Israel, as a consequence of Nazi dictatorship. One slogan from parts of so-called pro-Palestinian movement is "Free Palestine from German guilt." Now, it may be true that neither Palestinians nor other people are to blame for Nazi Germany. Guilt is not the point. It is not about guilt. It's all about responsibility. We all bear responsibility. We bear responsibility for ensuring that something like this does not happen again, because as Primo Levi, an Auschwitz survivor, said, it happened once and therefore it can happen again. Now, we have to take this responsibility seriously. Anyone who considers the lives of Jewish people worth of protection must also consider the life of Palestinians worthy of protection. No human life is more equal than another. Morality plays no role for terrorist organizations such as Hamas or Nazis. Neither anti-Semitism or Islamism or other ideologies can be defeated with weapons. And it's not a pacifist hippie nonsense, but where geopolitical interests and access to resources are involved, maintaining ideologies will benefit profiteers. Hamas is supported by Qatar, Turkey, and Iran, among others, and as long there is an interest in the survival of Hamas, they will survive. And as Hamidi has given us a sad account of the work of Israel, and he also talked about the reality of how life among Hamas is something that many people cannot see or judge or even know and experience. And the responsibility that results from Nazi Germany and other dictatorships or genocides must not be selective. It must apply to the lives of people with disabilities, homosexualities, queers, blacks, the elderly, Muslims, refugees, and anyone whose life is threatened. The right to asylum was introduced by international law. And the right to asylum was introduced at the United Nations in 1948, and it was anchored in the German Basic Law in 1949 as a direct response to Nazi Germany. Today, one of our Congress participants, Hamza Hawidi, one of our participants who was tortured by Hamas, is threatened with deportation, which is a scandal. He has pointed out how dramatic life now is in Gaza. Let us have a look at let us say, our history. It becomes clear to us that Germany and Austria were never ultimately denazified, even though Germans like to see themselves as victims, and some try to rewrite history in a revisionist way. We must always remember that virtually none of them, and we know from research that just roughly 0.3% of people resisted to Hitler, and they literally celebrated Hitler and supported the regime. And it is worth remembering the courageous women in Afghanistan, in Iran, who take to the streets against dictatorships at the risk of their own lives, and also elsewhere, like in Kenya. Authorities, laws, and bans are supposed to get a proper hold of anti-Semitism and racism under control. This is something that UN Resolution 1325, for example, does. Also, it speaks out against sexualized violence. And we see how sexualized violence is used in everyday war. And we see Jewish people are being threatened at universities and elsewhere, and that is unacceptable. And it is also unacceptable when pro-Palestinian protests are met with repression, or, as video footage shows, police violence, without any action being taken on the part of the protesters. And pro-Palestinian voices are virtually absent from the debate, or fundamentally labeled as anti-Semitic or right-wing. Jewish positions are not named as such. We have heard views today that that were not always easy to hear, but to think about them, to argue them, and also to listen to our counter-arguments. And this understanding will ultimately benefit us more in the long term, socially, as also a force against Nazis and also the right wing, rather than trying to crush all of these opinions. And maybe if we continue to do so, then we will ultimately reach the goal, which is to say less bias and to listen to each other and to understand each other better. That is the ultimate goal.
Und damit erkläre ich die Sitzung für geschlossen.
Well, I would like to conclude this meeting, and I would like to ask you to be back at 3:30.
All rise. The chair and the vice chair are entering.
Bitte setzen Sie sich.
Please be seated.
Ich erkläre die Sitzung hiermit.
I hereby call to order our session, and I would like to give the floor to my vice chair. Once again, I would like to talk about how the session is going to be run. We're going to be proceeding in the same way we did this morning in the first 10 minutes. The chair will outline the case and will remind the jury of the questions. Then we will have questions put to the respondents by the chair, vice chair, and the jury for a duration of 20 minutes. We also have 5 minutes reserved for the clarification of basic questions, for example, personal questions about the respondent and the function of the Congress. And then we will have 15 minutes reserved for questions by the jury. Then the Council of the Republic also has the opportunity to ask questions. Sixth, at the end of the questioning, a jury member will summarize the statements. We would like to ask you to keep to your allotted speaking time and ask for a show of respect and not to call out. If you fail to uphold these rules, then we will not give you the floor. And we would like to ask you not to express any displeasure or with what is being said. If we have to remind you a second time, we will have to ask you to leave the room. So now we come to the second case. This is session 2, the case of Ulrike Guérot, cancelled by the left. The chair will take the floor now. We now come to the second session of today's meeting and our second case. The University of Bonn terminated political scientist Ulrike Guérot at the end of March 2023 due to a violation against standards of academic work. But she is convinced that this was only a pretext to get rid of her, an unpopular teacher. Here we have the legal facts. Ulrike Guérot is a political scientist. Her postdoc thesis had the title, Why Europe Should Become a Republic, a Political Utopia. And she did this at the Danube University of Krems. And in 2021, she took a position at the University of Bonn. The reason for the termination in June of 2022 were public accusations of plagiarism. These were accusations that she had appropriated the intellectual property of third parties. She defended herself against this termination. The labor court in Bonn, this is the first instance in labor law, upheld the termination. It considered the accusations of plagiarism in her postdoc thesis as proven and concluded that she had violated her duty of a scholar and that this was sufficiently egregious to justify the termination. She filed an appeal against the decision. The final outcome so far is the request issued by the Senate of the Appeals Court just a few days ago on the 18th of May 2025 for the parties to reach a mutually acceptable settlement. So, today we have the opportunity to put questions to Ulrike Guérot herself, and she can speak on her own behalf. She will be able to talk about what her position is with regard to her statements on public policies, as well as with regard to COVID-19 and Russia's war of aggression, and that this termination has nothing to do with academic wrongdoing. The key questions for the Free Republic of Vienna for the jury concern, number one, are opinions expressed publicly by professors and academic staff as employees of a university, a reason for termination, particularly if these opinions are met with so much criticism. Second question. Has Ulrike Guerreau used facts in an impermissible way to underpin her political position in a premeditated or negligent fashion? 2b, does Ulrike Guerreau engage in pro-Russian propaganda? Number 3, was an injustice perpetrated on Ulrike Guerreau? Was she cancelled in the media and in her job unjustly? Thank you very much for your comments. And now we come to the questionings. I would like to ask the assistant, Marka Otoya, to read out those who are not here today. The following respondents did not come today and are not present at today's questioning. Jörg Barbarowski is a professor for history at the Humboldt University of Berlin. He has said that he finds the actions of this Congress worthy of support, but he cannot participate. Second, absent, Richard David Brecht, a philosopher. He had to cancel his attendance because of a long-planned yearly vacation, but he would have liked to come. Third, person who could not come, Heidi Reicheneck, she did not respond to our invitation. Fourth, cancellation, Robert Benasse, author, because of scheduling conflicts. Fifth, Selma Kai Mata, a playwright. She would have liked to come, but she has also had scheduling conflicts. Thank you very much. So now, this brings us to those who responded to our invitation and are here to speak today. First of all, I would like to ask Ulrike Guerreau to take the floor. She is a political scientist, and from 2021, she was a professor at the University of Bonn. In 2023, she was terminated because of a supposed violation of academic standards. But from her perspective, this is only a pretext in order to get rid of her as with her unpopular opinions. Please give us your full name. Ulrike Beate Guerreau. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with the members of the jury? I know Milo Rau personally in 2018, the jury. But I would like to be able to lay this up because it was a very emotional history for me, and this is why I'm here. I know Milo Rau in 2018. I was active with him in 140 European cities in announcing the Free Republic of Vienna. I was a part of the General Assembly in Schaubuhne in Berlin in 2018, and I know Robert Benasse, but Robert Miesig, who is also responsible here for the organization of this event. I have also lived here in Vienna, and I was involved with him in activities associated with the Kreisky Institute, and during Corona, he had specifically denounced me. And after 6 years, I'm very happy to be here and to be able to explore what happened and why I have been canceled by people I thought were my friends. Please, no applause or any other type of contribution from the audience. And yet, I would still like for you to answer these questions and perhaps agree to the rules of procedure that we have laid out today. Do you have a professional or a personal relationship with members of the jury? No. But it was important for me to lay out my relationship to others. But this is not relevant to our work here today. Oh, that's unfortunate, says Ulrike Guerreau. Yes. The answer is no. So I would ask you to respond to our questions and engage with us in the fact-finding process. Please, we ask you to tell the truth. No, this was not a question. All you need to do is say yes or no. Quite simply. It is not simple, because the question is, and this is something I told Milo Rau before I came up on stage. Here you have two columns where the facts of the matter is laid out. This is incorrect. But I want to be able to ask you these questions. But, Professor, what about these accusations of plagiarism? Are they true? That's not true. Why are they not true? Perhaps you can lay out to the audience why they are not true. Yes, I can. Just answer this question. You are here as a respondent in a questioning. A person asks questions and expects answers. I would like to be able to answer these questions as I see fit. I would like to hold this book up to the camera for everybody who wants more information. This is the case of Ulrike Gero. You can buy. This is 120 pages, where it lays out in detail everything that I have to say about these accusations of plagiarism. I would like to point out the website that I had. I cannot respond to the statement. I don't know your book. I would like for you to answer the question of the chair. But my point here is that we're talking about facts of the matter under false pretexts. Please outline the subject matter. Please give us the facts of the case. This is not true. Please explain this to us. The current status is that on the 24th of April 2024, a court decision in the first instance was handed down. You can read up on this for the court in North Rhine-Westphalia. In this first instance, the facts regarding the plagiarism accusations were dismissed as a minor. But the University of Bonn says that I did not engage in plagiarism, but I had used deception. So I cannot be accused of having engaged in plagiarism, but this is not a new accusation here. This is the accusation of deception. I did not engage in plagiarism. I did not engage in deception. But this accusation of deception means that when I was applying to the University of Bonn, that I had submitted over 10,000 pages, and in 9 of these 10,000 pages there were minor correctional problems. This is 0.009%, and we're talking about parts per thousand. And the court in Germany has accepted my appeal. And here you cannot lie. If you're pregnant and you say, "Are you pregnant?" you cannot lie and say, I'm not pregnant. But this is quite clear that in an application procedure, the applicant is not obligated to point out any minor correction issues, and this is why I filed an appeal. So, pardon me for the mistake. So, once again, there were many mistakes in the detailing of my case, and that's why I have this book. I think it is very annoying, because I think that you could have coordinated this text about me in the run-up to this event, because I could have told you that this does not chime with the legal facts of the case. This is very problematic. There is a jury that is to decide on my case that has not been informed about the legal facts of my case. So, as a scientist, as a scholar,
Plagiat, also das Vergehen des Plagiates, als Grund sehen?
Would you see plagiarism as a reason to terminate any cooperation that you would have, collaboration with a colleague? I'm just talking in a general sense. As you know, what is your position on plagiarism? I do not engage in plagiarism. But would this be a reason for you, no, to be fired? No, you have to look at labor law. You'd have to be warned how severe is the case, for example. Is it egregious, for example? You also have to choose the lesser penalty, for example, a warning, for example. I was not warned, for example. Nobody spoke with me. And I'm telling you in this context that the accusations of plagiarism came up coincidentally, because this was on the 2nd of June 2023. There were those because I said a few things about Russia and their war of aggression against Ukraine that were undesirable. And all of a sudden, after that, these accusations appeared in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. And in that summer, a colleague at an event said, Ulrike, don't worry. We have looked at your case and the accusations of plagiarism. We've seen that this is not the case, and we will have to exert pressure on the university. We will convene a commission. Don't worry, you'll get a warning, and that will be it. This was July 2022. In October 2022, I wrote a book on Europe and on the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. And then after that, the University of Bonn distanced itself publicly from me. And this is not what a university should do. This is a completely new phenomenon in the history of universities in Germany. They distanced themselves from me publicly, and they convened this commission, this plagiarism commission. My colleague had told me that I would get a warning, told me that we have to do this publicly, and then I was informed that I was terminated. I was then informed that the commission was made up of 4 men, where usually in every body a woman has to be part of the body. And there were 2 doctors that I question their ability to determine plagiarism in terms of political science.
Wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe, sagen Sie ja.
Yes, as you said, these accusations of plagiarism were a pretext, because the university wanted to get rid of you, because you had expressed unpopular opinions. And this was due to the unpopular reaction to your comments. Yeah, I have done this. I think this makes my statement and my book make this very clear. Did the university ever reach out to you for a discussion? Whether any appearances in talk shows or newspaper articles, for example, because we're talking about canceling here of opinions that lie outside of the broader spectrum. Because you made some comments about the Federal Republic of Germany's corona policies, and you also referred to the war in Ukraine. Was there any attempt on the part of the university to reach out to you for discussion? No, I reached out to them. I tried to call human resources. I asked them to make an appointment. I can give you the dates for that. No. What was the reason for you? Were you dissatisfied? Yes, I realized that there were tensions at the university for weeks. Just to be quite clear, I was defamed and I was insulted, and people, of course, were trying to attack me on social media. And unfortunately, I was being insulted and attacked on social media. The users who attacked me on Twitter have deleted these posts, and I find that very interesting when they do that, because apparently they are ashamed of these posts. And I got an answer on Twitter that the university did not have any time for a discussion with me. When was this? When did that begin? So the first defamation campaign on Twitter was visible in August 2021 in September. I had begun at the University of Bonn. I had to have a rather unfortunate discussion with my colleagues where they tried to explain to me that I was expressing nonsense, and I said, well, if you examine my documents, then you'll see that I'm actually right. So this began in 2021, on the 7th of March 2022. This is when I wrote my book. If you remain silent, then you are in agreement. This was about coronavirus policies. On the 2nd of June, this was the broadcast where I was the victim of pot shots. People were taking pot shots at me. And then 2 days later, after this, on the 4th of June, this is where the accusations of plagiarism were in the newspaper. It was quite interesting because on the 3rd of June, in the evening, the link to the newspaper article had already been placed. So people knew that it would be appearing in the newspaper on the 4th of June. And so they put it on Wikipedia so that when everybody was looking at Wikipedia on the 4th of June, that they would be able to read all the information, supposed information on that. I find that very strange. So you're saying that the accusations were in the newspaper, but that had nothing to do with the university, the head of the university. No, but there was a wave of outrage, as I said, student protests, for example, and there was no outreach to me for a discussion. And I was a good employee. I was asking the dean for a discussion. I was asking the rector, for example, for a discussion, colleagues, for example. And I had to fight against a spiral of silence. And like I said, this was on the 13th of July 2022. My colleague told me, don't worry, this is nothing. But nobody from the university had talked about me. And now we're talking about, as I said, July 2022. And then on the 14th of February 2023, this is about 10 months later, I was terminated. And this is very similar to all of the people that you cited who are not coming. I don't know any of them personally. It seems they don't want to discuss the issue with me, and maybe they're ashamed to. And you would think that they would like to pose questions to me, but I see when people claim to have scheduling conflicts that they just simply don't want to engage in the conversation. Any further questions? Monika Mokre, please. The second aspect, why you believe the university wanted to get rid of you, was the war in Ukraine. Why do you think that your opinions were so problematic for the university that they wanted to get rid of you? Why was this such a problem for the university? In October 2022, I published a book entitled The Final Game Europe, Endgame Europe. And I described the 8 years before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I described Maidan. I was there. I'm a political scientist. I also witnessed what happened in the Maidan Square, and I've examined this. I looked at the 8 years of civil war. I have looked at a number of American sources from the Pentagon, for example. In the third chapter, I laid out what the facts of the matter were. This was an American proxy war that had been prepared far in advance. In March 2025, this was in the New York Times, the American implications of the UK and Russian war. In the meantime, what I said in 2022 was state of the art for everybody who was aware and informed about the war. But in October 2023, this was 10 days after the Nord Stream pipeline was blown up. And what I wanted to say, I was very convinced I'm not just anybody in Germany, I'm a rather prominent person. And why would I have to avoid any television appearance? Maybe somebody could have said, well, maybe it's different from what you were. I wanted to say, well, maybe the general opinion that you have is not correct. But after that, the University of Bonn distanced itself from me, and this is a completely new phenomenon in the history of universities in Germany. And now, in Germany, they have a duty of care on the part of the university toward myself, and the university did not meet those duties. For example, to provide a platform of he said, she said, for example, I did not have that space to provide my side of the story. So first of all, I would like to ascertain, as in terms of fact-checking, that the New York Times did not print it the way you present it. And I would like to ask you about your position with regard to the coronavirus pandemic. So the position that you espoused, To what extent did you accept that people with pre-existing conditions or elderly people would have to die earlier than they would have normally? I would like to quote the New York Times, which was published in March. This points toward a 25-page document partnership with the Secretary of Ukraine. So we can argue about whether or not the New York Times published that article. You can read up on it by yourself. So I was talking about the relationship with Ukraine. So you're talking about the relationship of the United States with Ukraine, but that's not the subject matter of the debate. I am not suggesting here. I'm just pointing out an article. I'm trying to stick with facts. I just read out part of the article. This is not my obligation here to answer questions about coronavirus or Ukraine, because I believe I have my opinion, and I have expressed my opinion in countless articles and books. You can read up on that. All of them have footnotes, for example. I'm just trying to understand what your opinion is, and now you have the opportunity to answer these questions as you like. No, I'm not going to ask any incorrect questions. You're trying to push me into a conspiracy corner and to pigeonhole me as such. No, I'm trying to understand where your opinions come from. And I'm saying that we subjected people to social isolation and we violated the dignity of our senior citizens. And I was very concerned about children. And we saw this was very similar to what we have in Ukraine, that the so-called conspiracy theorists, the PCR tests didn't work, the herd immunity didn't help, and masks were useless, and all the people who were criticizing that were attacked. I don't understand why you don't understand how many critical journalists were removed, how many people's bank accounts were locked down, were frozen. For example, people who were the object of attacks on Twitter and social media for months. When I read the newspaper and I see hateful speech being used against me and others, and I don't want to open up a new field of discussion, whether we're talking about whether the measures were good or not. Of course, we could talk about the Ukraine war, yes, but what I'm hoping we're not going to discuss is that what I would like to talk about is that we shouldn't cancel people who have different opinions than the mainstream opinions. Just to understand what you are saying, so you are criticizing that people are being cancelled for their views on these coronavirus policy, and that their freedom of opinion is being limited, but you're not criticizing the measures. Yes, I did criticize these policies. I did, because they were completely improportional, because they violated the fundamental rights of the Federal Republic of Germany and the Republic of Austria. I'm just trying to understand your logic. If you criticize the measures, but you didn't think that it was acceptable for older or people with pre-existing conditions to die. No, I'm not. I don't want to discuss that. I try to put those questions aside. So my opinion was that I criticized the policies because they were in violation of our constitutional rights and because they were damaging to the elderly and children. That's the criticism about the policies. That is the subject matter of the debate. The other side of the debate is that I was not supposed to do that. That's not what we're discussing here, the measures, the policies, etc. The question is whether or not you are to cancel people who do not share a mainstream opinion. I'm saying that many people who were not part of the mainstream with regard to the coronavirus and Ukraine were cancelled. Allow me to address your question about the university. I am a member of the Works Council. I'm an employee representative. I know what it means for an employer to exercise the duty of care. And there is a question of defamation vis-à-vis the employer by the employee in the public sphere. I've always been told that In my case, I would be subject to more stringent measures due to my position. So my question to you, do you see legitimate means or legal means for somebody in your position to be terminated from your position by something you did in public? I'm talking in general, of anything somebody could say. Well, first of all, I am a citizen and a professor, and I'm not going to hang up my civil rights just when I exercise my job as a professor. When I see the democratic problems associated with the policies, then you have the duty of a professor to speak publicly. Because I'm a professor and I'm able to evaluate what has happened, I can say that I'm a citizen and I'm a professor. And for that reason, I spoke out publicly and I was canceled for it. Aside from that, if you want to make the case that we should exercise restraint as scholars, then you could look at Science for Future in Austria. This is an enormous science network that engages in climate policy. Then you would have to cancel them as well, because you also have scientists involved in that. You would have to say that the network has to be eliminated. For example, if you want to argue that professors have a particular duty of care, what I see here that with particular issues that are espoused by professors that are right, like feminism, climate crisis, etc., or when you're talking about unpopular opinions with regard to the Gaza Strip or other issues, then that they are penalized. And this is not something we can have in a country, a democratic country with the rule of law. Thank you very much. Please take a seat.
Als zweite Auskunftsperson bitte ich nun Fabian Albrecht.
Fabian Albrecht, I would like to ask you to join me here on stage.
Fabian Albrecht.
Now, Fabian Albrecht is a student of law. He was a member of the Student Council of the University of Bonn, and also he was a member of the JUSOs, the youth organization of the Social Democratic Party in Germany. Could you please give us your full name, Fabian Albrecht? Do you have any professional or personal relationships with the members of the jury? Answer is no. I would like to invite you to work with us in the fact-finding process, and in other words, to tell the truth. Understood. So let me ask you first. How did this resolution against a professor come about? Has that happened, or does that happen frequently? I cannot answer this really because I've been a student there since 2021. I can just talk about this time of my studies there. So it certainly does not happen often, and this is not our fault, certainly, but it has to do with the person making the statements. In the specific case, Professor Garot gave an interview at Bild TV. This was a discussion, and this was a discussion on the Russian war of aggression. So the war in Ukraine was discussed, and then what we saw was, let us say, a public outcry. Many people were shocked that a professor of the University of Bonn, after all, with a long-standing tradition, she has just mentioned that this is a 500-year-long tradition, that some professor really puts up such, let us say, crazy theories. And there was no direct response on the part of the University of Bonn. So we thought that the Student Council should respond accordingly. So what has happened is the next question. Answer. I then prepared a motion to the student parliament, so liberal, conservative, left-wing, social democratic and green members have a seat there, and this was adopted unanimously, so there was agreement across the board. And in this motion, or the text of the motion, literally says that we criticize the statements made by Ms. Garot, on television, and in the future we would like to invite her to refrain from making any such statements. So, of course, I got more information as to what I literally meant with my wording. So the Presidium would then work with the resolutions, but no justification, no reasoning is given. Now, the reasoning was, of course, a lot more comprehensive. Sources were given. Of course, the freedom of expression of Ms. Guéraud was referenced, and this reasoning was not a part of the public debate. Thank you very much for the initial statement. Who wants to ask for the first question? Amina. Well, Ms. Guéraud has put up accusations of, let us say, a public witch hunt, if you will. Well, it's hard for me to comment on that. Of course, this is not what we made. Never, honestly, did I criticize her on Twitter or X. Let's talk about canceling. And never have I been invited really to a personal conversation. I remember a tweet made by her in which she said she was available to students at all times. But we did not invite her, honestly, to make a statement before I drew up the motion. So therefore, this is not a criticism. That's just all I can say. Mr. Fleischhauer, please. Well, she has said that a number of professors are very activist, and they speak out when it comes to climate change, for example, and some of these statements are not supported by, let us say, empiric studies, by science. So in the case of her, let us say, when her statements, or when she was, or was not politically, let us say, agreeable. Basically, scientists for futures, because that has been mentioned. I don't know all scientists for future, but mostly it's climate scientists or geographical sciences, and due to their know-how and their research, of course, they can make statements, and democratic society has to rely on science, on professors, university teachers to speak out. If we just have free speech, or had free speech, and no science, you know, everything said would be regardless and devoid of any facts, and we need facts to make proper decisions. And the freedom of science, of course, is just applicable when scientific arguments are made. A US historian said free speech makes no distinction about quality, but academic freedom does. Now, if then a political scientist gives an interview in television and she says, well, Ukraine should enter peace, it's hard for me to understand in what regard that related to her science. Well, let me ask you, that was really the wording, or, you know, the statements you have that have prompted you to enter this motion? That she said the Ukraine should enter peace, should strike a peace? Well, it was, of course, I want peace to exist everywhere, but the statements that I criticized was the following. First off, she said it's disputable under international law whether, for example, the delivery of heavy arms and the training of soldiers would make Germany contributable or a war party, and that was disputable. And in Bonn, many international law experts said that this is not correct. And I know one expert in international law, and he said, for example, that he invited Professor Guéraud to explain the legal situation. She's never followed up on that invitation. That was my first point of criticism. And the second point of criticism was that she said in this TV show, well, she asked about the objectives pursued by the West in this war. That was a question put to her, and she said, Cicero said, well, an injustice peace is always better than a just war. And I asked myself, well, why is that better? Are these really statements that would qualify somebody to dismiss her from university? Well, no, please, let me continue. So, and then the moderator asked her whether she demands that Ukraine would or should abandon. And in the rest of the interview that we can still see, she said that is not what she meant. Well, and I thought this was a bit weird because the Ukraine is a sovereign country, and of course she also talked about the need of Ukraine to surrender, and I had a hard time with that. But okay, and that was really sufficient for me to demand her from refraining to make such statements, which go way beyond her scientific standards. And there is no legal effect, really, to my demands. Of course, everybody can say that they have been cancelled. However, at the same time, when you publish books, then of course you cannot say that she has been muzzled by me. She has numerous followers on Twitter. However, the TV show Lanz, for example, will no longer invite her, but so many different TV shows. So therefore, we cannot talk about muzzling. Monica, please. Well, she's not been cancelled, if you will, so you can talk about public, let us say, attention. However, she has been let go, which is, of course, a severe cut. So your motion, you said, does not as such have a legal effect. To come back to cancelling, to come back to the question as to who or how a professor should act, like, would you have seen your motion really to have this effect? Well, what I wanted to wish for was my university, so the University of Bonn, that the university come up with appropriate action, take appropriate measures. I cannot really be the judge of what is appropriate or not, but the University of Bonn has excellent legal experts, and I do believe that this has been discussed sufficiently. So, for example, the right to discuss right-wing employees. However, this is not something that I would bring in connection with Ms. Guéraud. So the right to terminate somebody's employment is not, let us say, the ultimate punishment. However, a public university has, at least according to many legal experts in Germany, has the responsibility to ensure the integrity of science. And if now one university professor gives an interview and then gives the impression that, let us say, duty of care has been violated, then, of course, certain measures can be taken by the university to distance itself from this professor. Maybe not to let her go, but other reasons really were part or grounds of dismissal. So let me just clarify what you have said. I'm not so much talking about the legal level, but I just wanted to ask what you would have expected. You wanted the university to distance itself. Is that correct? Yes, correct. Jan Fleischhauer, please. You have just said that this is was a resolution with no legal effect, but you have also said that we were really proud of the entire student parliament to pass this resolution unanimously. Would would you agree in saying that when it comes to the assessment of Professor Guéraud, it played a certain role if at least the, let us say, impression was created that the entire body of students was against this? I do not understand what you mean. Can you repeat the question? So again, you said you were pride in the fact that this resolution was passed unanimously. Would you say that it is a fair assumption to say that, of course, it had an impact on the further process because, let us say, the public had the impression that the entire student body was against her? Well, I do not know really what the public opinion was. And time and again, newspaper reports kept coming back to this resolution of the student body, and it was said that there were protests by the students against Professor Guéraud. This is not a matter of a political opinion. It was about the fact that a public statement was made by a professor regarding some subjects that were way beyond her expertise. In our student parliament, there are people who probably had the same opinion as she had when it came to Ukraine and Russia, but that was not about what the resolution was about. It was about the fact that we thought it was bad that a university professor made statements that were beyond her expertise and were not founded on empirical studies. Did you ever have the feeling that you were treated in an unfair manner? Or did that not happen at all? Well, afterwards, we got a couple of mails as a political association that were addressed to me as a person individually and to the entire student body. And it was said that we should be let go because we were canceling. And also they said, for example, we applauded the Nazi because we supported a war. And the only thing that was really a problem for me was that by adopting this resolution, the discourse was completely taken out of our hands. The motion was printed by one newspaper in Bonn, and they sent a couple of inquiries to us. I sent a longer statement to a local newspaper. However, that was completely disregarded. I set forth all the reasons, our entire reasoning, why freedom of speech is important, but also, of course, freedom of science. And I thought that was really a pity that, we were no longer given the ability really to give reasons and explain our rationale. Next question. If I understood Professor Guéraud correctly, she said that you had deleted a couple of tweets. Is that correct? Yes, and I can explain this. As an individual, I was highly active on Twitter, commenting what was going on in politics, in football in Germany and whatnot. And I thought, especially when it comes to Elon Musk, that this was something that I would no longer support Twitter. So I deleted basically all of my messages. Now, this case gets more and more complicated the more I hear about it. Can I ask you the following? Do you think that it has been blown out of proportion really by the media? Or you have said before there would have been the opportunity to talk with her, etc. And the question is, do you think a sort of media loop was created? And this sounds more like canceling. And it doesn't sound like students saying, we're critical of one statement and we want to appeal to her that she should refrain from making such statements. So there was a media event, this television show, etc. Well, I made reference to the fact that we wrote this resolution, and it was then given further on to the media, but it was never really covered. And even a Polish newspaper covered this, and here we did not have any opportunity to explain our rationale. That is what I was trying to say. Amina, would you say that ultimately you were cancelled by the press, by public opinion, and simply because Ms. Garot had a different position? I do believe that my voice is not strong enough in order to be cancelled, if you will. I'm not that important, in other words. So basically, I do believe that here we cannot really talk about cancelling in the first place, because nobody has a right to be heard in the media. We all have a right to be heard, but not in the media. I can say, well, I'm affected here personally. You can say I'm the perpetrator, if you will, and I should then be invited to the Lanz TV show, which is something I do not want. And then I could tell the public that I've been cancelled. I could write a book on that matter, but I couldn't care less. But we said before, it's a bit unfair because your elaborate statements have really never been disclosed in the public. Maybe, you know, she had just more leverage. Well, that's something that's maybe right, but that's the way the media work. Monika. Well, it is a fact that her employment contract was terminated on grounds of plagiarism. And what do you think about this? Well, I had a look at the video at YouTube where she and her lawyer gave an interview. It's hard for me. I'm still a student. I'm not a lawyer, but still I can say there was really an abundance of self-confidence, if you will, and everybody really who's involved in a trial should, of course, be convinced of the fact that they are right. But still, it was a bit arrogant, and an arrogant portrayal of the facts of the case. And I don't know who represents the university in the trial, but I completely trust in them that all the facts were verified, and if no settlement is reached, then I believe the second instance court will come down with a decision. So I'm very optimistic, but as I said before, I've not yet graduated. I'm not a legal expert. Thank you very much for your statement, for your testimony. Take your seat again.
So the next respondent is Heike Egner. Please come up on stage. Heike Egner is a German anthrogeographer and a former university professor. She sees academic freedom being under threat and is the author of the book Wer stört, muss weg. Please give us your full name, Heike Egner. Do you have any professional or personal relationship to the members of the jury? No. We would ask you to answer our questions and assist us in the finding of fact and truth. Yes, I will do that. Thank you. You have written the book, Wer stört, muss weg. Those with bothersome opinions must go. Do you see problems at universities for unpopular professors? Do you see Ulrike Gerot's case as something setting a precedent from 2020? We carried out a study about the termination of professors in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Because we have observed that since 2018, we have seen an increase in the termination of professors. When I became a professor myself, I didn't know that professors could be terminated, except, obviously, if they perhaps committed some kind of criminal act. So for me, it was unknown that professors could be dismissed. And since 2018, we've seen an increase in these dismissals. Our study has shown that since that year, we have seen a significant increase in terminations. And Ulrike Gero, from my point of view, I see this as a special case because the terminations. Well, let's go back to the beginning here. First of all, I would like to recall the issue of academic freedom, something that was highlighted yesterday so clearly. This means that there have to be overwhelming reasons for a university professor to be terminated. What does that mean? So that we assume that in our study, these considerable reasons or egregious reasons were found. For example, plagiarism, or falsification of data, or something that comes under the heading of criminal law, for example, sexual assault, coercion, or some kind of embezzlement. We have 60 cases that we outlined in our book, and there are two clear reasons. One of them is plagiarism. I can. Ulrike Gero is one of the public cases. The rest of them were anonymous. This is an exception before. However, it was unknown to us that anybody had been dismissed on the basis of plagiarism accusations. But it seems that Ulrike Gero is not an exception. You see this phenomenon taking place, accusations being put out in the public, and you can see what reasons are to be sought for the dismissal. In the court of first instance, you can read in the judgment, and of course this was said very clearly in the court of second instance, that the accusations as a reason for the termination, the plagiarism, were completely irrelevant. They did not hold water. So from the first hearings, the issue at hand was not plagiarism, but this was turned on its head. This was one of many reasons that the university had put forward. This is something we've seen in many other cases. A professor, first of all, was accused of not having sufficient third-party funds, but she was able to debunk that, or she was also accused of being a poor teacher, but she also brought forward statements from the students themselves that praised her teaching. Or that she had engaged in wrongdoing in administrative procedures, and this had led to her termination, and this is something that we've seen in many cases.
Ich würde gerne noch mal nachhaken.
Allow me to ask the question. You say that there's a pattern. What exactly is this pattern? I come from a university. I know these appeals procedures are wearisome. The question is why they wanted to get rid of Ulrike Gero so quickly. I understand that this is something new, but before it was very difficult to terminate professors, and now it has become a bit easier. Yes, we looked at a number of cases. We know many more cases than are outlined in this book. What are the patterns? One of the major surprises for us was in the social statistics and the characteristics of these statistics. For example, considerably more women are terminated than men. So the percentage of women was, in all three countries, about 25 to 27% in our study. They account for more than half of the cases. And the second point that was even more interesting to us, or surprising to us, was the social issue, the social aspect. This concerns people who are the first in their family to go to university. So they have a very long academic career. So they completed their high school and they went to college, got a PhD, did a postdoc, for example. They have a very long career behind them. And these are professors, for example, that they usually account for about 10% or less. But in our study, these types of professors accounted for 55% of our cases. So this is a very interesting pattern, and I think this is quite clear. And I think this is reflected in my title. These are people with bothersome opinions, and they must go. And it seems that first-generation professors seem to be rather prominent in some way. You can see this in bullying literature, that key characteristics are people who are high-performing and the fact that they're first-generation professors, and I think this also applies to Ulrike Guerro's case. Thank you very much.
Oder? Also.
Wenn wir uns einig sind.
Okay, pardon.
Ja, Sie sind ja auch selbst betroffen von diesem.
So you were also one of the professors who was terminated. In your case, the accusation was bullying. And I think this also was a case that went to court and was upheld. So is bullying a reason to terminate the contract of a professor? Recently, it has become a reason since 2018. So I'm talking about the ethical aspects rather than the legal aspects of that. Yes, it could be a reason if the accusations are founded and are investigated by the university. And then from my point of view, once again, once the accusations are confirmed, are upheld, that can be a reason, but you need to examine the facts of the matter. And this is another commonality with the remainder of these cases in the book, that there is a striking similarity in the internal procedures with the university. Like I said, you need a significant reason to terminate a professor. So you need a suitable examination process within the university itself. In my case, this did not happen. And the surprise that awaited us was that a significant portion of the cases we saw that the rule of law, for example, there were 8 such rule of law principles that we outlined. For example, the right to be heard, the right to speak, to have enough time to be informed about what the case is focused on. And in the case of bullying, this basic principle of being able to confront your accuser, this is a basic principle, a fundamental right, so that you receive information about the supposed violation and when it happened, and so that you can draw up a position on that. For example, that you are innocent until proven guilty, and that you have the opportunity to present your case. Of course, information can be presented as a further accusation or can be used to exonerate you. So the facts of the matter have to be determined. And we asked to what extent these principles were upheld. And we were shocked to see the extent to which these principles were violated. In fact, we actually had to turn it around. There were very few cases where these principles were in fact upheld. Allow me to come back to your specific situation. Even perhaps if the university did not uphold these principles, there were many courts of first instance, second instance, etc., that the case was examined in. I'm not a legal expert, but I would assume that the courts would have upheld these principles, and they came to the same conclusion as the university. I would have suspected that myself, that that's how it works. that there would be an investigation of the case, and they would be able to satisfy those principles. I had anonymous accusations in my case. They played a role, and these remained anonymous in front of in the court. They were not openly disclosed. They remained anonymous, and this was weighed as a fact. And this is again a commonality in many of these cases, both internally as well as in the few cases that went to court, that accusations, these are assertions. Somebody says something, and then this is treated as a fact, and it is not questioned in my case. You can read up on that in numerous documents. Nobody was asked as to the motivation of the person in question. In any detective novel, you have motives that are laid out more rationally. I don't know the legal terminology, I'm sorry. Yes. So my extraordinary appeal was denied, but the Supreme Court found that there was no information presented to the court in terms of the criminal aspects of my case. I was never questioned. These facts were never examined, and this is something that we saw in very few cases, that the actual facts were presented, particularly when the accusations came from students. We saw that nobody managed to gain a substantial win, or a win on the facts of the matter. Maybe we were able to gain a victory on small matters, but I think that the courts deal with this in a very lax way. Yes, your book about bothersome opinions. I just wanted to ask. For how many cases is there a political background? I'm not sure whom to answer. So, you. In the 60 cases, we had 9 cases that fell into the category of unpopular ideology, for example, freedom of expression, where that aspect played a role. Since the publication of the book in November 2024, so it was 6 months ago approximately, about 20 additional cases have come to our knowledge. We have not examined them empirically, but there are indications, or there are circumstantial evidence or suspicions even, that around half of them would be additional cases that would fit with ours. And I find this of grave concern, because I believe that academic freedom is certainly an extremely important commodity. And if a professor cannot express his or her opinion freely, what doesn't matter? I cannot say that this is not important. I have to say that all of my colleagues who were terminated lost their jobs. Had spoken on the basis of their academic expertise. Ulrike Guerreau is a political scientist, but she can speak to the pandemic or the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine and on what is happening there. As she said herself, she had traveled to Maidan Square and seen firsthand what was happening. But who gets to decide that she, as a political scientist, has enough expertise to speak on various issues? Well, it is doubtful whether or not this expertise is present if a person is not a virologist, for example, when we're talking about the pandemic. But the reasons that Ms. Guerreau cited as a reason to say that the accusations were about a pretext to get rid of her, or if an academic person were to comment on something that is unacademic. So these are two questions, I believe. So I'll begin with the second one. I don't know what an unacademic statement is. I think Fabian Albrecht discussed that a minute ago. So this is an opinion that he believes is unacademic. But the freedom of opinion, of course, is a very important commodity, and academic freedom is extremely important as well. They're very high on my list of priorities. Of course, this concerns criminal law, maybe, but that would be a different issue. But we're talking about whether or not a person can be terminated for their expression. But I'm talking about academic or scientific people who are expressing an unscientific or an unacademic opinion. Well, you'd have to determine whether or not it is unacademic, unscholarly as an opinion. And then the second aspect was plagiarism. I know of no case in Germany where a professor, and there are cases of plagiarism, significant plagiarism, and there are penalties to be applied. And we see this from that you are blocked for 5 years or for a particular period of time in publishing, and that you would have even more difficulties in publishing your work, and that you are uninvited from events. But as far as I know, nobody's ever been fired on the basis of even significant plagiarism accusations. The plagiarism that we're talking about here, it's not really plagiarism at all. There are just errors in quoting words. And the court of first instance had already admitted that plagiarism, in this case in particular, was not a sufficient reason for termination. Monica, please. So, just off the cuff, I find this very surprising. I find this a bit bothersome. For example, you have to know how to quote works properly. That's part of your academic job. And the second question I have, with regard to your book, do you have any questions where people were involved in expressing opinions on Palestine and that they were terminated? Well, I can't really say about Palestine. So, in our study, we did not have any political preference, whether there was a canceling from the left or from the right. We had people from across the spectrum, from very far on the left and very far on the right. So there's no political preference. And your other question was whether or not I think it would be ethical or necessary even if a scientific fraud took place. Yes, of course, that should have significant consequences. But in this case, this is simply not the case. Thank you very much.
Heike Egner.
Heike Egner. Please take your seat.
Als vierte Auskunftsperson bitte ich nun.
As the fourth respondent, we would like to ask Ina Shveshchenko to take the floor. Well, Ina is an activist and a feminist, and she has been living in exile since 2013. She's of Ukrainian origin, and she's critical of Western voices that call for peace but urge Ukraine to surrender to aggression.
Do you have any personal or professional relations to the members of the jury?
No, very pleased to meet you for the first time in my life.
Please tell us the truth.
Well,
Yes, just I have a question.
Yes, okay. I do. I commit to tell the truth.
Ulrike Guiraud argues that while Russia's invasion of Ukraine constitutes a violation of international law, the blame is evenly distributed. According to her, NATO, the West, and Ukraine's leadership have provoked the situation. How do you respond to this assessment?
Well, I'm certainly here to testify as a peace activist. My whole political activity is grounded in nonviolence, so when someone like Ulrike Gero speaks of her peace vision and her ambitions for peace, yes, I listen, because I too believe that peace is our highest aspiration. What I absolutely cannot accept, what I came here to refute, is when peace becomes this moral shortcut, which Ulrike Gero demonstrates with her position, when peace is emptied of its meaning and used to decorate surrender of a victim to the aggressor. When she says that Russia was provoked for a war, a criminal war of aggression, which today, 3.5 years we can say implies a mass terror of civilian population, what she does is not an analysis. She does not propose us an academic vision of geopolitical events. She's becoming a mouthpiece of Russian propaganda, because the statements that Russia was provoked, as so Russia was a victim. Russia was provoked to invade a sovereign state that did not anyhow claimed anything from Russia except of its own sovereignty. This is just a thesis taken from a manual of Kremlin's manual and Kremlin's propaganda. So I absolutely cannot accept positions like this when they are really made to blame the victim, blame the violated, and force the violated to conform the violator. This is not the vision of Europe, peaceful Europe, that I'm having, and this is not the vision of establishing peace. So what Ulrike Gero is suggesting as her vision for peace is that the victim, the Ukraine, puts down the defensive arms, saying nothing about those who are throwing missiles on children's playgrounds since more than 3 years right now. What Ulrike Gero is saying that NATO provoked Russia. As far as I'm concerned, the West has done for more than a decade what it has done was appeasing Russia, sending gas money to Russia, and thus helping Russia to prepare this war. The West did, it developed the pipelines instead of marking red lines for Russia. If you don't know, closest NATO border to Russia is 2 hours ride from St. Petersburg. And since 20 years, Russia did not dare to cross that border. It did not feel threatened by that. I want to spoil everything, all these arguments for all of you. The very reason why Ukraine was invaded by Russia was because it was not protected. It was neutral until the very day of invasion. It was unprotected. It did not have any defensive alliance. Even until today, to this very day, when Ukraine is massacred since 3.5 years, nobody seriously is considering to take Ukraine into NATO. Nobody. Ukraine hears no and no and no again and again. So suggesting that this war of aggression was provoked by Ukraine or by NATO and by the West is simply a lie. It's a lie that some academics seem to repeat and to feel morally intact, I presume. But unfortunately, this does not work in realities of war.
Thank you. Ich übergebe der Jury. Wer möchte die erste Frage stellen? Jan Fleischhauer.
I think we both can easily agree that we are both strongly condemn what she's saying about the war in Ukraine, and that this is kind of a perpetrator-victim reversal, what she was doing. But the question is, do you think it was okay from the university to force her out because she was argumenting in this way in German television?
Allow me to start with clarifying that freedom of speech is not an abstract ideal for me. I have fought for democracy and freedom in dictatorship, under which I was prosecuted. I was kidnapped and tortured by Belarusian KGB. I survived a terrorist attack during my speech on freedom of expression in Copenhagen, and I work today for Charlie Hebdo, where freedom of speech has a body count. So it's not a theoretic matter for me. I fiercely believe in freedom of speech and defend it at every occasion. Now, I'm absolutely not, and will not claim here to be a legal expert. As far as I know, as you all know, that university finished and terminated the working contract due to other reasons, not her political opinions. What I think in terms of political opinions and in terms of public response to the statements and vision of Ulrike Guérot on the war, Russian war in Ukraine, she wasn't canceled. She was answered, she was confronted, and she discredited herself. When you whitewash an authoritarian regime, when you accuse a victim of unprovoked aggression and demand from the victim capitulation and surrender, this has a lot of moral ambiguity and political confusion. So the right of Ulrike Guérot to speak is universal as for everyone else. The right to be taken seriously is not. It's earned. Not every fall of public intellectual is a cancel culture. Sometimes it's just gravity indeed. You know, the fact that you lose credibility, you lose respect, it's not necessarily, it's not the conspiracy. Once again, the speech is free, but truth and morality are not free from standards.
Danke, eine weitere Frage. Bitte bitte eine weitere Frage. Monika Mokre.
Is there a pacifist position towards the Ukraine war that is acceptable to you now and at this time on an ethical level, not on a legal one, on an ethical level that you could imagine that makes sense?
I never thought of this Congress and this discussion, in particular this case, as a war versus peace, because it's not. No sane person wants war. Certainly not Ukrainians who are living through it every day. Not me, whose family lived through occupation, Russian occupation in Kherson, and knows exactly what it is. We're discussing here what is acceptable as peace for us. What definition to peace we are giving today.
Okay.
An unjust peace, as she says? Well, in real life, not in academic fantasies, but in real life, it means surrendering millions of civilians to Russian occupation. Surrendering millions of civilians to torture, mass rape of men, women, and children. That's what happened during Russian occupation. And leaving those people in silence without a right to scream of their pain, but celebrating ourselves that we reached peace. So I'm here to deny, to fight this temptation to feel seduced by ideas of peace and peaceful agreement, which implies capitulation of the victim, which implies emboldenment of aggressor, and therefore guarantees a longer and bigger war. Today, peace, for once, when the war is real, in times of war, this is one of those few times when it's not about public intellectuals and academics feeling good about themselves and their statements. It's really about responsibility. I heard a lot here about academic freedom. What about academic responsibility? Academics and public intellectuals are not just commenting on events. They're shaping narratives. They're shaping policies too. therefore just coming out with and parroting imperial propaganda in one of the European languages on European stages does not make you a peacemaker. It only makes you a bigger liar and a servant of authoritarian regime. What I think is that sometimes, yes, you don't need to wear a Russian uniform to serve warmongering empire. Sometimes you need to carry the title of a public intellectual, say that you're standing for peace, sign peace manifestos, implying a surrender to the aggressor. So today, in times of war, standing for peace means only one thing. It means defending and fighting for peace. Because you see what the public intellectuals like this and academics, what they're doing is that they're denying you the very uncomfortable, painful, difficult truth that peace cannot be proclaimed like war is proclaimed. Peace is always taken, always taken. And therefore, if you want peace back, you have to bring it back. So in times of war, standing for peace means one thing, fighting for it.
Weitere Fragen?
No, it's okay.
Elisabeth Bonfen.
Do you think that Ulrike Gero has is more dangerous, if I understand what you're saying, dangerous in the sense of working against a responsibility you were arguing for? Do you think she is more of a danger to that if she speaks as a professor than if she would just speak as an intellectual on TV now? Because this is what we're talking about, the statements she made in TV.
Yeah, as I said, when you carry a title of an academic, of someone you claim to understand more than the general public and know more than the general public, certainly you are in a position of influencing much more than just being one opinion. Mm-hmm. And I think that that was the outcry of the students, the reason behind of the outcry of the students. She insists on her right to freedom of speech, which I'm here to recognize and embrace, but she insists also on speaking as an academic every time she does. There is a confusion, I think, here, a very big one. And, you know, I think that, frankly, Ulrike Gero, she did not, again, she was not cancelled in a sense that she continues publishing books. She promoted some. She has still an audience. But I think it's up to us, the society, also to decide what we want in a public discourse on the matters that will probably define the future for many of us. Do we want just the masquerade of some opinions of academics who say, I went to Maidan, so I understand it better than an entire nation of Ukrainians. They all got it wrong, but I was on Maidan, I got it right.
Eine weitere Frage? Eine Zusatzfrage? Monika Mokre?
Getting away from Ulrike Gero, but staying with the question of cancelling, do you think it makes sense to cancel Russian artists and academics, or not to give them space? Does it help the situation?
I think what is morally responsible today is not giving a stage to those who endorse the war, who whitewash the authoritarian regime of Russia, who justify the criminal act of invasion and the ongoing mass terror of Ukrainian civilians, once again for a very simple reason that Ukraine refused to lay under Russian boot. You know, I want to also, probably here is the right place to mention this. You probably refer to the outcry of many Ukrainians who do not want to see Russians celebrated on big stages. The reason behind this is that if for Ulrike Gero it is a war provoked by the West, for us Ukrainians it's nothing new. Because throughout our long history as a nation, Every time Ukrainian language was prohibited, it was prohibited several times by laws. It was illegal to speak Ukrainian, to write Ukrainian. Every time a Ukrainian book was banned, every time a Ukrainian author or intellectual or academic was sent to Siberia, and every time mass grave of Ukrainians was discovered, and even a famine of Ukrainian people has spoken the same name to us throughout our history. From the Tsar to Stalin to Putin, Russian Empire came again and again to Ukraine because it just never left Ukraine. It was provoked, well, if you want to use that word, it was provoked by the very existence of free and sovereign Ukraine that refused once again to die under Russian boot.
Eine weitere Frage? Keine Frage mehr.
Well, if there are no further questions.
Thank you.
Als fünfte Auskunftsperson.
So the next respondent is Harry Lehmann. Please come up on stage. Harry Lehmann is a philosopher at the University of Luxembourg. He's the author of a book called Ideologiemaschinen, Machines of Ideology, How Cancel Culture Works. So he is an important person to answer questions in this case and also for the general questions of our Congress. Could you please give us your name? Harry Lehmann. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. I ask you to respond to our questions and participate in the fact-finding process. In other words, I will ask you to tell the truth. Yes, of course I will. Could you give us a brief summary about what you've heard so far? Because you are an expert on this issue. You've already even written a book about this. Well, I find this event very interesting indeed. My first impression is that often political attitudes are colliding. So the other issue, namely the main issue here for this Congress, is to achieve a reflexive distance. And I don't think that you've been that successful in doing that. Maybe we could begin with that. Would that be possible? Well, of course, when the situation is very controversial and very convoluted, a theory is very practical. And I can offer you one. I think that the theory may be applicable with some of the questions from the jury, perhaps. But maybe I could hand off to the jury and ask which one of you would like to pose the first question. What is your theory? Yes, could you just lay it out for us, please? Yes, it's a theory that focuses on cancel culture and how it works and how to explain cancel culture and how it works. So my hypothesis is that cancel culture is only a symptom of something broader, a broader phenomenon, in fact. That because of the digital media transformation, we are in a situation where we are making institutions into political entities. And these institutions were actually created for a different purpose. Universities were created to educate people and to generate knowledge. But when you look at American universities, for example, you see that primarily political discourse is being carried out. Institutions, for example, that are code-switching and are moving away from scholarly pursuits into politics, well, these are what I call ideology machines. So basically, that's my hypothesis.
Ja, Elisabeth Braun, das ist...
Elisabeth?
Bitte.
Yeah, please, go right ahead. Yes, systemic theory. So I have a series of questions. Allow me to ask the first one now. The first one is basically a rather provocative question. Would you consider that the case of Ulrike Gero is a case of cancel culture? And has this led to a loop of difficult appearances? Basically, is it an example for cancel culture? Yes, there are many factors that point to that. There are a number of characteristics that indicate cancel culture taking place within the context of my theoretical model. I'm trying to explain how this relatively new phenomenon has come about. Since 2013, we have seen this on the rise in the United States, and we see a correlation in 2013. The smartphone begins to play an ever greater role in our communication processes. It's not just a correlation, as I see it. I think there is a causality at work. That due to this new media culture, polarization processes amongst groups have taken place within institutions, and these have taken on ever greater dimensions. So what are group polarization processes? This is from psychology. Everywhere you have groups, for example, and groups share common values, for example, and there's a consensus on those values, you have polarization processes taking place in these groups. There's certain consensus of values, for example, that a university is perhaps situated on the left or progressive, and there's an entire spectrum of moderate to radical positions. And then there's the question, for example, that we have here in the case of Ulrike Gero, whether or not her statements perhaps were damaging to the reputation of the university. We could discuss that. But the law of group polarization says that in the process of this discussion, each position becomes ever more radical. This polarization process has always been with us and will probably always be with us, but the new aspect here, the new addition, if you will, is that the administrative level usually plays a moderating role or has blocked this polarization process or has found means to avoid an escalation. But in a digitized media world, this is exactly what is not taking place. And I forgot one important point. Why does this group polarization take place? Because the moderate positions in these discussions always create the impression that they don't really represent the groups of the values of the group. They're not really progressive, or they're not really conservative, either on the left or the right. And this entails significant reputational damage. And this is why the members of the group usually gravitate to a safe position, and these are the extreme positions. So we are faced now with a situation that a completely acceptable intervention, as was carried out by the Students' Parliament, is now met with resonance in the media. For example, legacy media is reporting on the case because there's a political interest to do so. So this means now that the administration or the university rectors or artistic directors of the theater are no longer able to act as moderators, that they have been involved or they become caught up in this polarization process, and they can be subject to blackmail, so to speak, in terms of reputational damage. And this is the new aspect here. And this is what we've seen since 2013, and this is why cancel culture has seen such an exponential increase. That's my explanation. So if these disputes, for example, are carried out on the basis of political values, then this leads to a polarization of institutions. If they're religious institutions, and then become more religious. If they're leftist organizations, then you have cancel culture on the left, and if you have right-wing institutions, then you have a cancel culture on the right. So it depends on the institution at hand. Amina Aziz. Thank you very much for your explanation. You seem to be a very passionate scholar. So allow me to come back to this case, because I would be interested in your expert opinion. Do you think that Ms. Gero's statements are covered by academic freedom? Yes, naturally they are, of course. I don't think we need to think twice about that. And to what extent are you generally of the opinion that professors who express difficult opinions, whether or not they should be terminated? And not just opinions that are difficult, but maybe hateful opinions. Well, that is a very pointed question, but these types of opinions are usually not part of an academic communication style. I don't know what was true in your case. I think that was very construed. So you're saying that there are no professors that have expressed hateful opinions and that should not be terminated on that basis. I don't know of any canceled professor where I personally, of course this is a matter of interpretation, that they disqualified themselves to such a degree. Elizabeth. So if I think back to the statements that we've heard today, here we're talking about a number of aspects here. Somebody makes a statement because you have authority as a professor, your words have weight, and this entails a responsibility for what you say has consequences, and these consequences could end up being damaging, hurtful in some way. So I'm trying to find out whether or not there's a difference, whether or not you're speaking as a professor, or whether you happened to be a professor, whether or not you cannot shed yourself of that title, or only if you are Professor Emeritus, or if that title has been somehow taken from you. But yet, can you make this distinction? For example, if I'm speaking in this situation, I'm not speaking as a professor. Whether that is possible. I apologize for coughing. I'm trying not to cough into the microphone. But it's very difficult in the humanities to leave ideology aside entirely. So maybe if you're looking at astrophysics, of course, politics doesn't really play a role there. Political science, for example, that is a little bit more difficult. So that would be my second question to you. So my proposal would be that we differentiate between political communication and academic, scientific, scholarly communication. This may seem strange to people here because we're socialized in the postmodern world where science and politics and art, for example, all of these have been deconstructed. But I think this is a historical necessity to do this. When we are looking at this against the backdrop of this media transition, particularly with its impact on our societal structures, it's important for us to take new decisions, and I think we really need to restructure our image of the world. For that reason, I believe it is essential to differentiate between political and academic communication. I have this theory of ideology. This is Michael Frieden. He was a political scientist. He has a very modern idea of ideology. And that's why it's important for him not to see ideology as a pejorative, but rather functionally. Ideologies are necessary to allow our party system to work. Ideologies are language games, because you can define certain abstract issues like democracy, freedom, etc. And these properties have many different interpretations. You can interpret freedom in many different ways. And they are not in a hierarchy. For example, justice is not more important than democracy, it's not important than freedom. But when you have parties that are laying out their ideology, they play linguistic games. The ambiguity of a term like justice and freedom is restricted because these political ideas are linked very closely by linguistic aspects, and in order to make them an object of debate. So in the political campaign, these links are highlighted again and again. And this means that these political parties make these words to a matter of course. This is exactly what you have when you have politics at work. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. You need ideologies in order to make sure that politics functions in a democracy so that voters can decide on the basis of these various ideologies presented to them. This has pluses and minuses, but it is decisive that political communication is presented so that you cannot call it into doubt. But that is exactly the opposite when you're talking about academic communication. It looks at the evidence and constructs chains of argumentation in order to arrive at a conclusion. You can attack each of these argumentation chains one by one, whether or not you have quoted the literature properly, whether your calculations are correct, whether your arguments hold water, they are conclusive. So science is subject to debate and examination. And if we have a politicization of institutions, you have two very incompatible modes of communication that are colliding. And if you have a politicization of this type of institution, then all issues that in some way can be politically relevant take a backseat to politics. Because the problem is that nobody can suffer this reputational damage. So my suggestion is to create a very clear differentiation between political communication and academic communication on the other hand. And to use this idea of ideology that's not pejorative, but actually serves a functional purpose. Well, what do we do when these two types of communication are represented in one person? Tolerance is important because in this case, Ms. Gyo had published on these issues, on these topics. And she has a qualified opinion that she has published. And if she appears on a talk show, for example, as an author, this does create tension. I think you just have to live with that. You can't say that this is the line that we've drawn. You cannot say that goes too far and we can't accept this type of rhetoric. Who is to decide what authority is to define what is political communication and what is ideological communication. If somebody occupies the position of professor, then you could assume in good faith that they have something to say on the issue at hand, and they have studied the issue. Yes, I think many of your differentiations are quite interesting when you're talking about party politics and ideology, when you're talking about science and art. Maybe I'm postmodern enough to see the political everywhere, and I don't think we can avoid that. I'm not exactly sure how you want to draw this line when you're talking about the social scientists and political sciences, for example, where I would say, yes, I have data and facts, of course, but I have a political theory. And political theories are value-based. Here we're sitting here in the framework of an artistic presentation, and we're talking about politics. Well, it depends. It depends on what you mean when you say political art. I would say that political art is art that articulates a political conflict and takes a clear side. Here, in this case, we're not talking about political art, because here we are providing a stage for our discussion. Here you can see this as an expanded form of political art. I would say that maybe it's reflective art, and it's very important and good. And with regard to the sciences, I think the decisive difference is that when you approach a political issue with academic argumentation, patterns, and arguments, for example, then, or, for example, you could say you are engaging in political communication where you're trying to attack your opponent and you are trying to suggest ill intent, for example. And this is something that you can't avoid in political communication. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Please take your seat once again.
The sixth respondent is Peter Weisch. Would you please join us up on stage? He's a natural scientist, physicist, biologist, chemist, and was an early critic of nuclear energy. He's a recipient of the Cross of Honor for Science and Art and the co-signatory of the manifesto Network for Freedom of Science. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name, Peter Weisch? Weiss, that is how it is pronounced, not Weisch. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with any member of the jury? No. I would like to invite you to work with us in the fact-finding process, and in other words, to tell the truth. Yes, of course. I always try to tell the truth. Now, this manifesto of the Network of Science, that is something you signed. Do you think that is under attack? Yes, very much so, acutely so even. I can explain that, and at the same time, I would like to set this in a broader framework. Now, universities should be set up in a manner that, in a model and exemplary manner, a discussion of basic questions should be discussed. And there should be no taboos. So the cancel culture, to me, is an expression of, let us say, a lack of arguments. If, for example, no longer we are able to carry out neutral discussions of some things, you will just shut down people who are of a different opinion. And I do believe it's very important to say that. And I think that is what we are seeing. And the case Gero is one such example. I know many other cases. For example, when it comes to COVID measures, many doctors that ask critical questions, well, were also discredited and slandered, even, if you will. And in that question, especially at universities, we should have had a proper discussion. At the University of Life Sciences in Austria, we organized a circular lecture at our university and at the University of Technology regarding the pandemic, and we used several disciplines. This is not just a matter of virology. It is a massive, a huge problem of individual elements intertwining. And also, as far as students were concerned, they wanted to cancel this. But we managed to organize those lecturers, and the president of, or the presidents really of these universities still supported us. So, Amina, you go first, right? Exactly. Now, question number one. You have said that there should not be any taboos, correct? Once again, you have said there should be no taboos when it comes to the canceling. No, I did not mean canceling cultures. I said no taboos at universities when it comes to fair discussions in a humane manner. Right. Now, you yourself have a background in climate research. What is your background? I'm an ecologist. Human ecology, that is. That is my discipline. Now, when you're confronted, let us say, with theses that undermine or counter or reject your own findings, then within, let us say, you want or you would be willing to handle this on the basis of a discussion. But what if you believe that those theses are no longer scientific? Well, then I have to prove this and give a justification of that. For example, refute the facts, what is left out in the case of complex subjects. Please allow me to explain this. To me, it's very important that we as scientists take social responsibilities. Once a scientist has understood something, then of course, in the light of Immanuel Kant's Enlightenment, there is an obligation for him or her to educate the public, even though this is not liked or perceived well. So how do you assess this, that there are some, let us say, scientists who spread what are conspiration theories? Where, for example, there is a certain pattern, that certain patterns are, let us say, repeated, and you have said there shouldn't be any taboo, or let us say racist or anti-Semitic statements are made. Would you then even say, well, that is no longer a fair debate? You know, when we talk about fights, that is out of the question. What I would like to have is a fair discourse. A couple of months ago, hermeneutical benevolence is what I encountered, which is to say a message that is received should be taken up in a benevolent manner. And today, very often, you know, deliberately messages are misinterpreted. But rather, we should ask people, how do you mean this? Please explain this to me. And then we're going, or we can have a neutral debate. Okay. But once again, let us take a specific example. Let us take, for example, those that deny climate change. Scientists. Would that be a case for you that you say, well, that is, in that case, somebody lose his or her employment? No, he or she should be refuted by using facts. Well, science, of course, should be able to tolerate contradictions. That is something we live off, and that is something we should be able to handle. And the better argument will have to stand its ground. But we should not discredit each other or try to misinterpret each other and not accept the fact that scientists are dismissed. And that is really dreadful in democracies, because the core of a democracy is the public place or public sphere of debates, exactly what we have right here. It was said before that I was active in the anti-nuclear movement. That was 50 years ago, mind you, and at that time, in public debate, critical voices were taken seriously. And in public debate, there were pros and cons, and that is something we seem to have lost. Monica. Well, there were some publications of your network, and I don't really know whether those are representatives or not, where gender studies or post-colonialist studies are attacked. And I've always really wondered how that goes hand in hand with this entire concept of the freedom of academia and science. Can you explain your problem with those study programs? Post-colonial studies or gender studies? I cannot really say anything to that effect. Are you familiar with those subjects? Do you know of these study programs? Yes, I've heard of them, but that's not really my expertise. You know, I cannot really say anything in that regard. Well, if I understand you correctly, you have said that any statement really should be possible. It should be possible for any scientist or any artist to make a statement. Can you see, or are there any reasons for the dismissal of a professor or an artist? Yes, if there are violations of criminal law, of course, but of course free speech must be a given. Well, statements were made by other, let us say, famous people, and they even call politicians' name, etc. And that is not what I would like to advocate. I think we should convince others by using arguments and facts. So honestly, the freedom of speech at universities and the freedom of science, is that a concept you uphold? Yes, absolutely. And there have been endless discussions with technocrats and with proponents of nuclear energy, with proponents of genetic engineering and so on. I've had numerous debates and discussions, and I have found that there are some quite honorable people who just differ from my opinion in some cases, and I have to be able to have a non-biased discussion with them. And something that worries me very much is that nowadays this seems to have been lost, especially after this anti-Russian let us say, statement we've heard from the previous speaker. Let me tell you, of course, there are other points of view, and I think without blaming others or discrediting others, we have to have a neutral debate. And Bruno Kreisky, Chancellor Kreisky, once said, please learn your lessons in history to a journalist. So against this backdrop, do you not understand that somebody says it's a difference whether an activist, for example, makes a statement or a university professor who then, as a consequence, has lost her job? Because it really makes a difference. Well, there is one big difference. Let us say one or any activist has nothing to lose if they say, let us say, stupid things. But what a university professor can lose is their reputation, and they really have to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. And that's something I've experienced. For example, if you criticize the prevailing opinion and you make some powerful enemies, then you have to be even more careful. Monica, in order to get a bit of a different perspective to my question, I'm a political scientist, and sometimes I'm also an activist. So I think it's very important to distinguish these two things. I think it was Mr. Lehmann who said that it is a question of scientific methods. My results need to be verifiable, and political polemics is something different altogether. Do you think it's very important for us ourselves to separate these two? So, for example, I speak as a scientist, but on another occasion, I speak out of a political position. That is, of course, a very difficult question for me as a human ecologist, because political ecology is also part of my studies. And, of course, we have to make a difference in know-how, for example, that is based on methods, on methodologies, etc. It will enable us to transplant genes, to split nuclei, etc. However, orientation know-how, as I call this, is important for the future. And let us say, we see how the significance of things in their bigger connection, and we're obligated, and that is essential for me because I still give a class on environmental ethics. We are responsible for the future generations. And this is about the fact that somebody who promotes viable and long-term and sustainable concepts and plans can or should talk about this in public. That is very important, especially a scientist. And for me, it's always been important right from the start. When I became, let us say, active, as a bit of a contrarian, later on, Jean-Jacques Rousseau's quote was very important for me, and he says to me, I do not want to educate people, or that is not something I am supposed to do if others did not mislead them. So misleading people is, of course, out of the question. But if the public is lied to and deceived, then it was my social, or has always been my social responsibility to speak up against this injustice. As Gandhi says, if somebody detects injustice and does not fight against this, you're also to blame. So I feel responsible for things that are happening nowadays for the benefit of future generations. I would like to come back to what you said about a scientist's reputation. You have said a scientist has to be careful because otherwise they run the risk to lose their reputation, correct? And, well, the reputation, what about this reputation? What does that really mean? Not to be able to lose your reputation, but still not use the call to university. And that is exactly what we're talking about right now, how difficult it is to strike this balance. If you feel that you need to tell the truth, then sometimes you're just criticized for this. Amina, you've said that you have a social responsibility because you have the responsibility, or when you have the feeling that people are wrong, you want to speak against them. Also, you have said this as a human ecologist. Maybe you're not an expert on some other disciplines or topics. I understand this. However, I asked myself, this network of the freedom of scientists covers the issues about which you say you do not want to explain this, but still you support this network. Well, support, well, I was a co-signatory, really. I chose to be a member because I'm all in favor of the freedom of science. So I always tell my students it's very important to contradict others because that will bring us along. Nothing has been more important to me than to listen to other opinions. So to ask myself, you know, why the other person thinks about this differently and to listen to their explanations. And you may even have become smarter. So just by debating things by people who are of a different opinion is the only way how we can get smarter. But to cancel them is simply an outrage.
Die nächste Frage, bitte. Monika Mokre.
Next question, Monica. Well, in our lifetime, in both of our lifetimes actually, communication technologies have changed dramatically. What is the impact really and the effect on the debates and discourse? Well, I could give you an entire lecture on this, but in brief, the media landscape has changed dramatically. And in early disputes regarding environmental questions, I have discussed this with a journalist, for example, who were in a position to do the research properly, etc. But today, things, of course, are dramatically different. A freelance journalist is paid to write an article, and after the third time or so, after making a nice suggestion to the editor-in-chief or so, they will simply work with another journalist, or they will know how to change their perspective. So with the rise of the social media, and a lot of, let us say, smart things have also happened. So we run the risk in this regard that some topics, for example, that are usually left aside in the mainstream, that they suddenly come up in the social media, in the opposing media, and then people are invited, for example, who have written an interesting book, and they explain their training and the reason for writing this book. So, interesting, so why not read this book? And that is a certain risk that we can counter really by marginalizing people. However, what we need in a democratic society that takes relevant questions for the future seriously and the sustainability goals of the Agenda 2030 is a fair, non-violent discourse. And that is something we need to exercise. We need to uphold freedom of speech. And if you operate with concepts of war and fight, etc., then you literally discredit yourself. We should not discuss the fact as to whether somebody is now cancelled or not, because here we need to talk about responsibility or guilt, really. It is also a strategy that, for example, if we call people out, for example, we blame somebody for taking part in a freedom protest, etc. And somebody, for example, who's of another opinion in regarding one subject, well, that is really a person that has to be taken seriously. And that is something we saw in the anti-nuclear energy fight. So many alliances came together. And at the beginning, for example, when you said that you were set out to protect the environment and whatnot, and you are a conservationist, then even the ultra-left wing politicians learned from us, and I also learned from them. And this is exactly why we need to overcome this rift and join forces for the benefit of future generations. So we all have a common interest of survival. Thank you very much, Peter Weiss.
Now we come to the questions posed by the Council of the Republic. Please come up to the microphone. Please introduce yourselves very briefly, and then name the person that you wish to direct your question to. Thank you. My name is Christina Stromberger, and I'm here a member of the Council of the Republic for the first time. I have a question with regard to the case involving Ulrike Gero. I'm very happy that it is called a case, because it consists of various components. You have Corona, plagiarism, and then the war in Ukraine. Plagiarism doesn't really seem to be very relevant in comparison to the other topics. Although I would recall that it was proven that Ms. Carroll, in one of her books, had copied from Paul Watzlawick without quoting him. And she did not quote or attribute the quote to Dostoevsky. Please, I would ask you, please, to pose your question. And you could please name the person that you are addressing your question to. Professor, please. So on my website, ulrike-gero.de, here I have laid out all of the facts of the case with regard to the plagiarism accusations. There are 10 sentences. 8 of them were eliminated by the court, so we're not talking about anything that would correspond in any way to the definition of plagiarism. For that reason, I stated that the Labor Court of Bonn, in the first instance, they had dismissed the accusations of plagiarism, and that we were talking about the accusation of deception, which is different from plagiarism. No, I'm going to abandon the issue of plagiarism now. But on Corona, I would say that these are statements that she expressed. Yes, my questions go to Ms. Gero. Sorry, I should have said that. Here, it has to do with how she came up with the statement that 60% of school children were suffering from depression, and how she came to this very confident conclusion. Also, with regard to senior citizens, the best scientists and the best research projects and institutes that have actually proven the opposite. And they continue to work on vaccinations because we anticipate yet another pandemic in the future. So why did you assert that 60% of school children were suffering from depression? I would like to point to what Mr. Weiss said. Everything should be discussed objectively. Of course, you can examine the studies, you could question the methodology, for example, but the problem that you have with quoting studies is almost like a pie-throwing competition, because you can just say that I have a study here, you have a study there, but of course we can state that everything that the so-called conspiracy thinkers and the vaccination opponents, the anti-vaxxers, etc., we know today, for example, that there's no herd immunity, that the virus came from a laboratory, etc. We know all of this. And the only question for me is the majority society that's here in the room that is trying to be morally superior. And they're telling me that this is, what I'm saying is not right. The problem is that there's a lack of self-reflection in this majority society. You have to be able to look at the quotes and facts, for example. And in my eyes, then I think it is high time for those who said 2 years ago what is deemed correct will be rehabilitated in their reputation.
Zu einem anderen Thema, wenn wir wahrscheinlich bald am Ende meiner Redezeit.
Ich habe ganz kurz eine Frage an die Kongressleitung.
Die andere Frage bezieht sich auf...
Ganz kurz ein Antrag auf eine Frage zwischendurch an die
I have a question to the chair. If statements are made where we know that these are not correct, are they not corrected from the podium, for example? According to the rules of procedure, the respondent is allowed to make their statement and may not be interrupted. So this also applies. Yes, as a jury member, you have the opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves and present an opposing opinion. So the respondent has the opportunity to present their view of things, and we listen to this opinion. And I would ask you, please, to phrase your answer. I said Please be concise, but because we've heard these statements from you before. What was your question again? Maybe other members of the council would like to pose a question. So this is he said, she said, for example, and there are other scientists who say exactly the opposite. So what do we have there? I don't know. The second question has to do with the war in Ukraine, where you again and again, and still maintain that Zelensky wanted to have the war that Maidan was instrumentalized by the United States, by the West, and that the EU was a warmonger and is also at fault. And you said the hypocritical position of the EU is to blame that hundreds of thousands of soldiers have died. How do you come to those conclusions? Do you still support them? Or is there a possibility that in the meantime you have come to other conclusions and you have obtained other information? I could be very brief. I have a 50-page printout with internet links. I would like to give that to the audience. You are welcome to look at that yourself, to do your own research. NATO, Pentagon, etc. When you've read all of that, then both of us can sit down at a table with others. I would love that. We can discuss your sources and my sources, and then we could take a very close look at that, and then we could try to find a way to examine these issues based on these sources. Of course, there are always different people who have different opinions. And it's very difficult to say that this is black and white, this is true and false. Of course, there are sources and opinions. I can give you my sources, you can give me your sources, and then this is where the rubber hits the road. This is exactly what Mr. Weiss said. Do you have another question? Apparently, there doesn't seem to be a need for my question. This is rather dissatisfying, because we are in the majority in the democratic world, because we say that this is a war of aggression against Ukraine and that Mr. Zelensky is at fault. How does that jibe? So I just wanted to add to what I said before. But the Council of the Republic has the right to ask questions. I would like to recall that. Please remind you of that. Please pose your question. So I will pose one last question. On Wednesday, at an event in Aachen in Germany, which took place alongside or separately from the award made to Ms. von der Leyen. And this event was called Aachener Preis für Menschlichkeit, the Aachener Award for Humanity. Mr. Patrick Baab, BAAB, was the laureate there. It's very interesting to see what he had read. And you praised him to the skies. It would be very interesting to hear about what Mr. Baab said. I don't want to repeat it today. It was the worst thing I'd ever heard in my life. He accused of, he said that Ms. von der Leyen should be arrested as well as her henchmen. This is a gentleman in Germany who is a persona non grata amongst journalists. How can you praise him in your laudatio? So what is your position to Patrick Baab and his comments? You were there. I was ill listening to these comments and the cheers that accompanied these statements. I'm not going to repeat them here, but if you wish to investigate that, you can do so on the internet. How can you support that and say, thank goodness we have Mr. Baab? So we know that the European Court of Justice has already issued a statement, a ruling on Ms. von der Leyen on her lack of transparency. And then after that, she was elected the president of the Commission. And 2 days later, she issued a regulation that denied German citizens their rights. These are German citizens that wanted to return to Germany. I don't see how that we can pass a package of sanctions through the EU that would remove German citizenship from German citizens. This is a supposedly very liberal society, and I don't understand why we can't hear this when we have German citizens are seeing their citizenship revoked. I don't understand what you are saying. about what we're talking about, I would say that we should sit down at a table, and I can send the speech of Patrick Barb to the committee. The speech is documented, and it documents the history of the Maidan Square from 2015. There's a great deal to be said on that. I can give you a very large file on that. Once you have studied that, then we will meet again, and we can see what actually took place. There are various sources. Of course, you're smiling. I see that our Ukrainian colleague is also smiling, but this is a very one-sided depiction of the facts. Since Maidan, we have seen a civil war in Ukraine between East and West, and we have the Russian school books were undermined, the pensions were collected, for example. There are a number of issues here. But I think it's important what Mr. Weiss said. We have to discuss in mutual respect without mincing words. I think it's important for you to say, okay, this is what other people believe, and these are my sources. Then we can discuss this. If you tell me that this is an outrage and I can't even repeat what you said, then you have a problem. And I could. Sorry, there's another person who has stepped up to the microphone. I would like to underscore the importance of the rules of procedure, please. Yes, but allow me to say this. There's the book about NATO propaganda by Jonas Tögel. That's what you are saying, that this is Russian propaganda. But the question is, what propaganda is NATO engaging in? We have rules of procedure here that we have to uphold. We had a member of the council that had posed the question. I would ask you to step back and just wait a moment for us to deal with this question. Everybody has to uphold the rules of procedure. Yes, I'm also a member of the Council of the Republic. I would like to pose my question to this gentleman here. I have to leave at 6:15. I had already announced that. I just wanted to remind you of that.
Bitte, danke. Bitte schön.
Ja, also Ihrer These folgend.
So, in line with your hypothesis, I wanted to know whether, if we take it a step further, whether or not this would be. Please ask your question. Whether or not, if we were to take this another step further, this would perhaps be cancelled, if you will. Other contributions would be cancelled because they could be seen as defamation or could be seen as offensive. Is that correct or not? Maybe you can give me some more information why you came to that conclusion. Well, because you called the new media a multiplier of these issues. So you can see you can increase this exponentially. Yes, this is a very important comment. Yes, it could be. In fact, that as a result of this digital media revolution, that the sciences are forced to more narrowly define their own concept of scientific research. Scientific researchers or scholarly researchers are going to have to gain their footing in this new culture when they are speaking in public. And they have to make sure that they are not speaking rhetorically. I assume that's what that would mean. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. May I ask you to ask your question? You don't want to pose the question anymore? Is it going to be a long answer? No, it's okay. Then I would like to thank all of you. Is there another question? Please, go ahead.
Für eine kurze Frage haben wir noch Zeit.
We have enough time for a very brief question. Then hopefully the answer will also be very short, very brief. If you would introduce yourself briefly. My question goes to Mr. Welk and Petra. My name is Petra Helk, and I'm from the Council of the Republic. Peter, please. Peter Weiss, please come up to the podium. This is the last question we will take. A very brief question, and I assume that the answer will also be very brief. When you're talking about guilt by association, my question is, what would you say that if I were to say I would not go to a demonstration and participate if Nazis were also there, those who had been convicted of Nazi propaganda, and they were marching at the front of the line? I have never experienced demonstrations such as you indicate, and I advocate for peace with a pure heart, and for that reason, I think that that information would be very welcome. Thank you very much for this very short answer. Thank you very much to all of the respondents for today. So we will close the session. I would like to indicate that we will... Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We have the final statement. Sorry about that. I missed that. I almost canceled you. Sorry, Jan Fleischhauer with the summary of the day. It's interesting to think of the canceling of cancel culture. Adrian Daub, who is a literary scholar at Stanford, who calls this a moral panic on the right. And he says this is about the distribution struggle in the public. That means new people are calling for a place at the table, and other people see their privileges as being canceled. And this is what cancel culture is all about. But I would say, personally, there are a number of cases involving cancel culture. Of course, we've all experienced what cancel culture is, particularly in the case of Ulrike Gero. She's already left the room. The question is, has she been fired from the university due to her political comments? The university says no. And we've heard a number of details on this ominous case of plagiarism. I have learned, particularly in the preparation for this session, that accusations of plagiarism, however you want to evaluate them, did not refer to her scholarly work, not regarding her PhD thesis or her postdoc thesis, but rather her popular science books. And I'm quite happy that we have not really analyzed all of these books as of yet in the popular science. We've said that the university has a duty to exercise care. We've pointed that out today. But the question is, do professors have an obligation to restrain themselves in public? For example, if I appear on a talk show as a journalist, then, and I spew a large degree of nonsense, then I cannot tell my colleague, for example, who's asking me why I did that, I cannot say that I did this as a private person, because I'm on TV. And I'm identified as a journalist. And I think this applies also to professors. What I've heard so far, not necessarily here, but what I've heard in general, what took place between 2020 and 2024 seems to have been an appearance with Bild TV, as it were at the time. I think that this played a role. We're talking about NATO being at fault, for example. And if we want to promote freedom, if we're looking at all of these statements, it really surprises me that the University of Bonn would fire a professor over these. I think that the University of Bonn was actually very cowardly in this case. However, it would be very interesting to examine the question of whether professors should be reticent to express their opinions in public. But I think that you have to look at many, they attempted fire, but through the avenue of other accusations. You can probably understand that I have focused on cancel culture in a number of instances, but not in this case having to do with Ulrike Gero, not because the freedom, academic freedom is such an important commodity. I thought you would be a professor for life, basically. But it seems that there were a number of cases. You talked about 60 cases where this was indeed the case, where people were pushed out of their profession and the labor laws. And this is actually quite a big surprise to me, that at the end of the day, the courts decided to uphold these cancellations or terminations. Amina Aziz posed a question, of course, what happens when professors make hateful comments or comments in an area that they are not an expert in. Well, you commented that has to do perhaps with criminal law. Well, we're talking about a new subcategory of criminal law, perhaps, when we're talking about cancel culture.
Für manche, die ihn nicht kennen, weil irgendwann mal sagte, wäre mal Querdenker gewesen. Der kommt von ganz links. Der war Umweltaktivist der ersten Stunde. Das ist der Mann, der gegen die Kernkraft in Österreich gekämpft hat. Das mal richtig zu stellen.
It's very interesting because a lot of these ideas came from the left. And these are people who are actually opponents of nuclear energy here. Now some of these people are on the right, but they used to be on the left. This was about Mr. Weiss. So we're introducing new categories in criminal law, and we have to look at the evidence, and this is extremely difficult. And of course, many of these judgments are subjective in nature. Cancel culture has an impact. Of course, we can see this in survey results. Ms. Giraud, of course, was very eager to talk to me when she came in here, and I said, I can't really talk to you because I'm a member of the jury. But she said that surveys in Germany and Austria show that cancel culture is getting worse. And this is based on a poll by the Institute Altenbach, which says that you have to look at people who are expressing themselves in public. I think it's a misunderstanding to say that everybody has to restrain themselves at all times, but it is about public statements. Harry Lehmann has shown that he's still quite young when he says cancel culture arises from the politicization of institutions. I remember from 1968 how that was. I think there was again a politicization of the university at the time. And perhaps we didn't have the new media at the time that were used as accelerants in these polemics. When you look at this entire phenomenon, you could say that we are the victims. We are the people in the academic world and people in the world of media. As soon as you go to the supermarket, I don't know what supermarket you have at home, or if you look at the factory floor, cancel culture is not interesting, but it would be interesting to see what they have to say about that. And they would probably say, I'm not going to talk about that because the gender police will be knocking down my door. It will be very interesting, however, to see whether or not that is indeed an important issue.
Peter
Weiss
etwas, wie ich genannt, sehr Weises gesagt.
Said something very wise.
Bei umstrittenen Äußerungen,
when you have controversial statements,
nannte das wohlwollend zu sein und nicht missgünstig. Und das ist interessant.
That you should
genau das Urteil des
evaluate these in good faith. And if you look at the German Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe and the ruling that they handed down in terms of cancel culture, in a fundamental ruling, they said that in controversial comments, the interpretation that is to the gives the benefit of the doubt to the defendant should be chosen. And I think this is an important step forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And now I'm closing the meeting. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 11.
Steht auf, ihr Töchter und ihr Söhne, steht auf für aller Menschen Recht.